Thank you all for your indulgence in allowing me to just go lay down. I did. Punked for like a solid hour and a half. In fact, I might have actually slept longer, but then I had a massive coughing attack, which woke me up. Guys, welcome to Feralas. I don't remember much about this zone's changes. I've only been back through this zone once. Sorry, Dakota. I didn't mean to send my illness through the universe. Or did I?
Greetings.
So welcome to Feralas. This, back in the day, there were two really big elven foresty zones, right? One was, one was Ashenvale, which we've already kind of gone through twice. This was the other one, Feralas, the big ancient one. The ruins of Eldrathar, and Isildin, and all kinds of fun, amazing stuff. I can't wait to see what they've done with it here in Cataclysm, because there's only two options.
How may I help, dear Nadris? Goodbye.
A severe illness has fallen over the creatures of this forest. Well, at first I hoped it was part of nature's course. It has refused to pass. The forest stags, normally strong and serene, have suffered the worst. Some waste away in weakness, others froth and rage dangerously. If I am to consult the spirits to learn more of this sickness, I will need the stag's antlers. Yeah, I can't get away from sickness today.
Farewell.
Seriously? What? This guy in Feralas has given me a quest to go do Razorfen Downs. Okay.
Asha Fela.
And Dire Mall. Specifically Dire Mall East.
Dear Nadris.
And Dire Mall West.
Goodbye.
Okay. That's a spread. Like, DM West and DM East, sure, but like, RFD? Really?
What brings you here? Be careful.
My duty here is to watch over Teleron. Even without his meditation leaving him vulnerable, there's enough threats in the forest for keep both of us on our toes. That's why it mads me so much that I don't have the opportunity to leave camp. More harpies than I've ever seen infest the northwest. Foul creatures spreading their filth across the ancient ruins uncaringly. They're a threat to the camp and have no place in these lands. I'll pay you well to get rid of them.
Asha Fela.
Idana Hate Talent is the queen of the Northspring harpies that reside in the ruins to the west. It is her malicious will that leads the harpies to defend their nests amongst the ruins of our people. The harpies can call to her with a horn they carry. Blowing it by the Hate Talent stones in the northern part of the ruins will summon Idana. Show no mercy. Slay her. Bring her dark heart to me.
May the stars guide you.
And that's the Spore in a nutshell, isn't it, Yura? The first few stages, my opinion, are all fun in their own right. And you get to space. So Yura and Blade Thrall, and I guess that's it. Because it's all... Oh, I guess Dakota's here. And Brick. What do you think about the brickwork of Feralas? It's still very much a vanilla zone. Like, nothing has been done to touch it up, and it shows. It's also one of a small number of vanilla zones that look much worse from the air. Like, there's not a lot of zones that look worse from the air, but just, oh god, look at it, look at it, look at it, oh god, it's so bad, it's so bad. Okay, hang on, let's dive back below the canopy. Let's get away from that. Okay, that's better, that's better. So now that we're down here, I'm serious, there are not many zones in this game that are worse from the air, and they're all in vanilla. We'll see this again when we get to Fellwood. I do think this area does a better job of, like, dense forest than anything we've seen so far. My opinion. Like, we've had Ashenvale, but Ashenvale was pretty serene, peaceful, you know, elven, foresty kind of thing. Same thing with Teldrassil. Like, this place, it's not quite jungle, you know? Yeah, this feels like it has layers to its canopy, exactly. So I think it might actually qualify for one positive. Which, once again, is an insult, but I'm thinking it. Because it does kind of sell the vibe, right? Like, just look at that. Just look at that for a second, right there. I think the vines dangling from the trees help. I think I'm feeling that. I think I'm feeling that. Where are we at? I'm ready, Dantels. And you're wrong! Okay. 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 I got the internet in my throat. We're good. We're good. Continue. So you gotta use what you have, right? Even if what you have is a death cough. Alright, I'm kidding. It's not a death cough. I had a worse cost than this. This is just the everything's trying to leave my body in the most unpleasant way possible. That's not true either. I've had worse than this. Oh no, that's an interesting idea. In other words, they would be so driven by vengeance that they would just genocide them. I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't agree. But I think it would have been a bigger issue than it already was. If you remember, the Internment Act was extremely unpopular as is. So what might have happened is just enough of a shuffling of events to completely screw over the events of Warcraft 3. Like, imagine if we had more people like, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. The guy who was in charge of Durnhold. Blackmore. Imagine more people like Blackmore would have been in charge of those camps. And keep in mind, there already were people like Blackmore. So just that, but worse, right? Oh, well, yeah, Proudmoore too, but not the direction I was thinking in. Yeah, it's entirely possible Thrall would have never had the chance to actually grab his people and get the hell out of Dodge. And with no Thrall and no compilation of forces, that also means the Darkspear are screwed. So they die. The Taurans probably get wiped out by the Centaur, too. Remember, they were on the run as well. And that leads to a much worse third invasion of the second invasion of the Burning Legion. I always think of it as the third invasion because it's the third war. It's just me being stupid. Music's nice here. Can't agree. I was actually thinking something to myself as I was perusing Desolus to get a picture for the thumbnail. I find myself wondering what it's going to be like when we start to get to the actually really, really good-looking zones. Because Desolus isn't exactly badly designed. It does have some Kata touches on it, but like... what are we going to think of the brickwork when we get to Bashir? Or the Jade Forest? Or Hallowfall, yeah. Yeah, I've said this before, because I've been kind of correct here. There's actually one big difference in this. Well, technically two. I'll show it to you. So... I've already kind of been prepping in my head of how I'm going to part and parcel brickworks per region when we get to the really good stuff. So a lot of this upper stuff wasn't really developed or fleshed out before flying was added, aka Kata. This was more fleshed out too. Some of this was here in vanilla, obviously, but like more of this was connective tissued. Basically, they just went over with a polishing pass to make this look like it would be, you know, visible. If you've ever been up here in vanilla, you know that, like, a lot of this stuff here just wasn't here, right? Because it didn't need to be. You couldn't get up over the walls unless you were doing stuff we were doing. And, yeah, and then the last thing, the second thing, which I already mentioned in brief, is over here. And that is... that island over there. No. That island. That was changed a bit in Kata. I do believe that's it. I could be wrong, though. Can I think of RPGs that have okay story but very good gameplay? Bravely Default is always my my knee-jerk answer to that. But at the same time, that implies that Bravely Default has an okay story. I'm not a very good liar. So let me think about that for a minute. I could see Tactics Ogre. Kind of the inverse of Final Fantasy Tactics, really. Is it Mahachi? It is, yep, right there. You know, I'm going to go against the grain a little bit here. Suikoden 2. I'm not 100% sure of that even as I'm saying it. But Suikoden 2 had some pretty serious flaws in its story axis. And while its dungeon design was certainly lacking on the gameplay side, it actually did a lot right on the gameplay axis. I would say so, Yura. Yeah, I've always liked to think that a lot of this stuff out here, this actually was part of Eldrathar. Or at the very least, part of the same region. And yes, we are now in Feralas, Mr. Floyd Bickerton. See, part of the problem is that most RPGs, we've talked about this so many times, most RPGs don't actually bother with gameplay, and didn't for an extremely long time. Even though there is a lot of gameplay to design there, and I think I've proven that at this point in my career. So, most developers, in my experience, just didn't care? And I don't quite mean that as an insult, I kind of do. But it's more like it just wasn't their priority, so they didn't focus on it at all. I mean, even RPGs nowadays tend to be made with the very bog-standard approach to things. A friend of mine's been playing through FF16 for the first time. And one of his biggest complaints about the game by far is how extraordinarily boring leveling and gear are in that game. He's actually posited several times that he'd rather they not exist at all. That he'd just be able to use his icons and mix around his build with that. I'm not bringing that up to bash FF16, but rather to emphasize that even a fairly modern RPG does still fall into the pitfall of, well, we do levels. Why? Because that's what an RPG has. And so a lot of games, in my experience, just kind of do the bog standard because that's what's required of them. real question would be what metaphor does, but I don't actually know much about that. I think you're right, Blade Taval. Because as I pointed out, we never really pushed forward in terms of progression. We were always doing, in terms of percentages, the same general output. We never progressed, really. Yeah, I could be misremembering, so feel free to correct me on this, but wasn't Eldrathar supposed to be on the level of Suramar? In terms of, you know, significant size and scope. There it is. I'm right here again. Come on. Fine. I suppose we could qualify FF5 there. I've never been a big fan of FF5's story. Whoops. Wrong button. Is it Eldrathalos? Oh gosh, I actually don't remember. Dire Maul. Dire Maul is what I'm referring to. This place. We'll call it by the Ogre name. Eldrathalos, excuse me.
Ishno del Diab, del Nadris.
I've discovered a brood of dragon whelps gathered off the road with a similar affliction. Green dragons are sacred custodians of nature. The fact that this disease is capable of spreading to them is great cause for alarm.
Goodbye.
Go murder the innocent dragon babies. Okay.
Elun Adore. Good luck, friend.
Oh, time to murder babies. Murder. What's my stance on Evergreen Best in Slot? I'm one of those insane people who thinks that mandating the endless gear treadmill is not actually a good thing. Don't mistake me, it works for what it is. But I think WoW has the strength and backing, especially with War Within, to try and start drifting away from that. The idea of drifting into something like actually having a long-term, you know, this is the weapon or item or whatever you use thing, is an interesting idea. Now, interestingly enough, they've actually already experimented with this rather deliberately in WoW. They did that with artifact weapons back in Legion. I know, those went away as soon as Legion ended, but you were intended to use your artifact weapon all the way through. And work and effort was put into the mechanics of it to make sure that you kept using that artifact weapon from level whatever to level whatever. That would have been 100 to 110, I think. Something like that. There's a presumption that players in WoW specifically will only engage in content if it gives gear. I don't know how true that is. And frankly, I don't think anybody knows how true that is. I think that's one of those we can only just presume based on incomplete data kind of details. So unfortunately, the only way they can really know the answer to that is to just go ahead and try it. See what people think. Some other MMOs have dipped their toes into concepts like that as well. Ironically, EverQuest 1 is one of the first MMOs I can think of that really started experimenting with non-gear progression. In fact, if you ever looked at my categories for things I review on, one of the things I mention is alternate leveling methods. It's actually referred to, that specifically refers to a mechanism that was in EverQuest called alternate levels, which is more or less exactly what it sounded like, but it was another way to progress without leveling up and without getting gear. Tor had an interesting approach, yeah. The thing Tor did was weirdly superficial, if that makes any sense. Because ultimately, there is no mechanical difference from getting an item level 300 crystal or getting an item level 300 lightsaber, right? Both involve boosting your weapon stats to item level 300, and that enables you to do more output. The difference is you can have an attachment to a specific weapon. The catch there is that both Tor and WoW have such fairly good transmog systems that even that just feels kind of unnecessary at this point. But I'm not saying it's a bad idea, just something that would need to be approached carefully.
I am listening.
Yeah.
Asha Fela.
Alright, we must find the cause of this illness.
Farewell. Asha Fela.
Oh, hey, it's Ysandre. Your sincerity is moving. She looks a little different. A green dragon immortal guise. I never thought I would receive the honor of... I deserve no respect or reverence. I betrayed my own kind. The illness of this land is my fault. The sickness is born of the nightmare within the Emerald Dream. Hey, that sounds familiar. And the dragon Terrar spreads it. He's but a crazed shade of his former self, and he will see this land devoured. I cannot face him myself. To even approach him would risk letting the same corruption overtake me once more. The earth itself is weeps in suffering. Gather its tears, use them to seal the portal at the great tree. The connection to the dream must be cut. So,
Hello.
back in vanilla, there were these things called the green dragons of the nightmare. In fact, you can actually still go fight some of them. Let's see, where is he? There we go. Check it out. Lethen, Dragon of Nightmare, right there in the hinterlands. It's right up here. Those fights kind of sucked, actually. They're very experimental. They were still experimenting with what they were doing with raid bosses, but they were just big open world raid bosses that people could go and knock over. One moment, please. Yeah, those fights are still graveyard smashes. Graveyard zergs. Sorry, let me use correct terminology. Anyways, all of these dragons, Lethen, Ysandre, Terrar, oh gosh, I don't remember the other one. Emerus, I want to say, were all those dragon raid fights back in the day.
Farewell.
As you witnessed, the dragon Ysandre has told us that the tears of the land conceal the portal from which this corruption stems. Her words ring true. In the glade to the west, I've seen mountain giants distraught, raging in frustration and weeping.
Del Natris.
The cliff giants are extensions of the earth itself. When nature thrives, they are benevolent protectors and peaceful guardians, but as the forest is tainted, so too are they. Should they be corrupted by this malady, they will lash out in violence against trees, wildlife, and the very boulders they were shaped from.
Goodbye.
Okay, then. Oh god, Shadowlands legendaries. Is Emerus the one where everybody who dies spawns a plant that explodes, which kills more people? Yeah, that sounds about right. Look, it's fine. Asmira Star, it's fine. They can live with a gentle throttling. It'll be fine. God dang it. Go away, Rare. Go away. Go away. Go away. You give me nothing. You know what? I'm going to not loot you out of spite. Nah, I'm not going to do that. There. I have looted you. Now go away. Notice that we've already got better quest design than back in Desolus. We only need to kill 6 of these things, and every single one of them is currently being tanked by a cliff giant. So it enables us to go after things that are kind of above our overall pay grade, as long as we're careful about it, because these would hurt otherwise. Or we can just go after one by ourselves if we feel like it. We're like, ah, we don't need help. We got this. We've also had a fairly solid routing going so far. First was the harpies, which was over there. Then it's the giants, which is over here. And of course we only need 6 of them, so... whoops. So I'm going to hit the wrong button. There we go. So we're already done. Actually, I do, Magister. And yeah, there's the tree, which used to house the dragon, which is right there, actually. In fact, there's Lethless.
Can I assist you?
The tears are among the very rocks the giants themselves rise from. There should be loose ones near the base of the
Del
monolith.
Natris. Farewell.
It is ready. Take this, a beacon of natural essence, blessed by the will of Ysandre. To the north, on the other side of the glowing brook, is the Dreambow. There stands a great tree, the tallest in Feralas, a sapling of the very world tree. A portal at the heart of the Emerald Dream sits at its trunk, and it is this portal you must seal.
Asha Fela.
That's actually a really good question, Dantils. I suppose the presumption is that she's dead. I mean, after all, Raytheon didn't specifically, or I should say manually, send us to kill all of them, right? Occasionally, yes, Blade Deval. That's one of the reasons why we've always had this rule, which I can't even show you, where in your guild tab you had to show, like your note had to be your identity. So, like, if you were to check my guild tab on my actual guild, you'll see all my characters have lore next to them, stuff like that.
How may I help?
Your bravery has seen us through. The Emerald Nightmare has been shut off from this land. The fate of the Dragon Terror worries me, but there's much work to be done, and I cannot afford to dwell on it.
Goodbye.
Go talk to General Shandris Feathermoon. We do not keep close company with the Sentinels, but we are always willing to work together to defend our lands. Now that you have assisted me, it would be remiss not to request you assist them as well.
Asha Fela.
And there's our vector to the next area. Solid zone so far. Come on. Come on. Not that I'm aware of, Blade Travel. It's not like Star Trek Online or Diablo 3. Here's another example. Little too far.
The Sentinels stand ready.
The forces of the Sentinel army hold back the Horde. While the war continues in Ashenvale and Stone Talon, our forces are also needed here to protect these remaining wilds from and prevent our enemies from gaining further footholds. I'm almost positive Shandris was all the way back in vanilla, but yes, this is our first interaction with Shandris.
On your mark.
Teleron has already sent word of you. I'm interested in seeing if you're half as skilled as he claims. I'm fighting a war on multiple fronts, and while keeping our currently held areas properly defended, as well as overseeing the instruction of our youngest Sentinel. If you're a decent fighter, there's plenty to do.
Goddess watch over you.
Well, unfortunately, I'm out. Whoa, hello. Your training has progressed well, sisters. Won't be long before you lead your own people with no further need of my teaching. It's time for you to show me that leadership. Tombra, you will spearhead the offensive on Sardar Isle. Your ferocity will be needed there. Sylvia, I'm sending you to the Tower of Estalon to drive out the Gorduni ogres. Your diplomacy and strategy will both be put to the test. Adela, you will strike out far to the east. Our forces must retake the eastern wilds and observe the Horde unseen. May your judgment be as keen as your marksmanship. I expect much of you. Do not fail me. Dismissed. What am I doing? Right. One moment, please. I mean, do the hot springs have any relevance outside of like a couple of quests that aren't even active at the moment? Real question, I don't remember. Okay.
I never miss a shot.
Our settlement on Sardar was lost to the Hatecrest Naga. Overwhelmed by their numbers, we fell back to the mainland. While they coveted their newly gained sandbar, we raised New Feathermoon on the shore and amassed an even greater army. Now the Hatecrest will be driven back to the sea. Find our Ancient of the War. He will take you to the front lines.
Consider it done.
And there's Darmol North.
On your mark.
As expected. And I don't think I have Dantels. And good afternoon, Luthor. Everything? That's everything. Okay. I need an inn. Is there an inn around here? Is this an inn? Yes, perfect. Man, dragging her to Orgrimmar must have taken literal hours. That's actually insane. I'm testing something, by the way. Give me just a moment. Hey, Ross. Where is Noxate that he's getting this loading screen? Oh, that makes sense. Ignore this amazing city of awesome. Ignore it. It's not here. It's not here. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. It's not here. Oh, God. Actually, you know what? I know where I can hang out. No, Magister. Yep, none of this exists. None of this exists. Another Christmas tree. This also doesn't exist yet. Wait. No, I'm right, I'm right. Ignore all this amazing, beautiful pluses to everything. None of this exists either. None of these pluses exist yet. Don't look at these, don't look at these.
The Burning Legion is a plague that sickens the land with its presence.
Yeah, it's nice scenarios. Go away. Alright, so... over here. What we're going to do is... Yep. Lord of the Rings was the thing I kind of defaulted to, and then I decided to go to bed. Because I am a loser. I don't feel like that's really a satisfying... Hey, Huthor, you like Total War better than me. If you could have Total War in one setting, any setting... Yeah. Carte blanche. What do you pick? Okay. Is that open? Yes. That there. There. Do I have that? Two, actually. That's funny. I would lean more towards StarCraft over Warcraft, personally. But then again, as I mentioned before the break, I don't actually think a Warcraft Total War would really work. Listen, Huthor, there's only one way to glorify violence properly. Total War Warhammer 3 is a very good game that I kind of don't enjoy. It's probably the highest rated coffee game we've covered so far. Alright. Come on. So I can queue for... So I can queue for Marden, but I cannot queue for Dire Maul. Well, that's interesting. Well, sure. Let's queue for a Dire Maul and see what happens.
Looking for something specific? Safe travels.
My philosophy on leatherworking is that the work must be the best quality possible. No compromises. Anyone who says quality doesn't matter is trying to sell you oceanfront property in Dune Marogue. In my latest pursuit of high-quality materials, I've run across a thick Yeti hide. The Yetis are native to Feralas, with many found in the Rage Scar hold. I want them. Go rip their skins off their flesh, preferably while they're still alive. Sorry. Yeah, you can hop in. I was asking for a group earlier and we didn't have anybody, so I figured I'd just try a random queue and see what happens. Yeah, that was what I said first too, Thor, and then I immediately said, okay, that's cheating. Let's think about that again. I mean, I guess we've had. So okay, we've had plenty of squad-based and army-based RTSs over the years. Like it's a stylistic difference. Even StarCraft, especially StarCraft 2, tends to be a little bit larger scale than, say, Warcraft 3, right? To use a direct comparison. You look at something like Supreme Commander, that tends to have a much larger army sizes. By contrast, Command & Conquer is bigger than Warcraft 3, but still smaller than Supreme Commander. Stuff like that. Age of Empires varies, that's a bit different. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. Point being, you could argue that it fits Warcraft, and I apparently cannot change specs while I'm flying. Okay, sure, whatever. I have no doubt you could make it fit. I don't know. I have a hard time envisioning it, if that makes any sense. Like, I could see... let me put this differently. I could see a large-scale Warcraft RTS, but I don't think Total War is the format for it, is how I want to phrase that. I'm trying to speak very carefully so that the Total War fans don't jump down my throat and kill me. Because Total War's tactics are different. Yeah, there would need to be some substantial under-the-hood changes and over-the-hood changes in order for that to really fit. And I'm not sure that's even really worth doing. Like, that's why I was thinking of just picking something that just better suits the overall approach.
Speak quickly. Off you go.
These foul things will be driven back to the sea. I hope you're ready.
On your way. Move it.
The Crest are fighting fiercely. Their leader's a priority, but we need to kill as many of them as we can.
Careful out there.
The leader of these forces must fall. The Naga's offensive will be broken with no one to command them. I saw the coward retreat in one of your abandoned buildings over there. Get your way through the others and take his head.
On your way.
That's gross, but okay. It's always heads. Yeah, I've heard the same thing, Huthor, admittedly. Yeah, you know me, I'm boring. I was thinking, like, mechanically. What I'm trying to picture, let me try to talk this out, because what I'm trying to picture in my head, also I love the name, Braywood, is something that fits Total War, like just kind of locksteps into it. That's one of the reasons why I mentioned Lord of the Rings. The idea of, you know, zooming the camera way out and seeing hundreds of orcs charging down a hill at someone just tracks, right? And from the 4X side of things, you don't really need to change much in order for it to accommodate Lord of the Rings and blah blah. Like, at that point, it's pretty much just Total Warhammer 4, or excuse me, Total Warhammer 3, but with a couple of variances to it, which is fine. No, I know I'm explaining myself badly, Blade Duval. Okay. One of the things that Warcraft is really big on is individual units mattering. One of the things that Total War, excuse me, not Warhammer, I'm wrong. What Total War is big on is individual units not mattering. Like, one of the things I was struck by the most when I was actually playing it is how little micro tactics I could use in an individual battle. And yeah, I'm kind of thinking an overall vibe tone more than anything else. Anyways, I'm going to shut up about that because I could just feel Huthor raising the knife here. Yeah, that Huthor. That's right there is what I'm talking about. It's not like... I was struggling to figure out a way to explain it, because every time I tried to phrase it in my head, it was like, Total War has no tactics. And I'm like, well, no. That's obviously not true. Positioning, cover, height advantages. Also, apparently the ogres, with their new overhaul, are really good. Just saying. A friend of mine has been playing through, I don't remember his name. One of the heroes who's just straight up a merc. Like, he doesn't really do anything of himself. He just involves himself in other guys' wars. That's him. That's him. Apparently he's having a lot of fun with it, so... Anyways. Apparently the secret is cannons. So that brings me to the question, though. If I could pick something that really fits Total War... I mean, a total overhaul of the strategic layer would be nice. Yeah, you notice I decided to be safe and not say his name out loud just so that YouTube or Twitch wouldn't be like, hey! This streamer has been flagged for being extremely inappropriate by saying a British name. Damn them Brits! Oh, how so, Uthor? Oh, nice. I mean, chariots were kind of weak when I was playing, so that tracks. I'd rather just have straight-up cavalry than chariots. If we're talking when I was playing. Or ogres, because ogres are basically cavalry. Anyways. So here's the wall I'm running into. Most sci-fi settings, in my opinion, don't really fit Total War all that well unless we do a substantial overhaul of what the engine is capable of. So that's off the table. Like, that's all those settings gone. And a lot of fantasy things are just going to sound like Total Warhammer 3 again with a different coat of paint. Because there's a lot of depth and variety to Total Warhammer 3. Yeah, that was the big one. What does that leave? I mean, you could mention the historical angle, but, like... what can we do about the historical angle that wouldn't just be a cosmetic variance on a pre-existing historical game, you know? I'm not saying there isn't something, I'm just saying this is why I've been sitting here chewing on this for, like, an hour at this point. Funnily enough, I was thinking D&D. Just straight up Forgotten Realms or something like that. Granted, keeping, you know, Hasbro the hell away from anything ever is probably a good thing, but... I could see a Star Wars. That would require an engine overhaul to make ranged look a little bit different. Really, Uthor? Oh, that's funny. But, I could see that. Too many Star Wars battles do tend to evolve into two forces charging at each other on a field. Oh, no, there's an interesting idea, Dr. Winter.
What can I do for you? See you later. Have a good one. See you around.
Ugh.
Have a good one.
Ah.
I am listening. Goddess, watch over you. Consider it done.
A highborn mage named Estelon, estranged from his surviving brothers, has built a tower to the east where he trains young night elves in arcane magic. Were it not for Lady Tyranda's recent mercy towards his kind, his execution would be by duty under the law. He'll be watched closely, but I will not deny aid to my Sentinel simply out of pride.
On your mark.
Yes, that's right. Usage of arcane magic was actually punishable by death in Night Elven society. Or at least the level of magic that's being practiced here. Better way to phrase that. Probably Uthor. And now we actually have an Ancient of the Arcane there. It's okay, he's not crazy like the one in the Botanica.
Ishnu Allah.
The Sentinels make up the bulk of our forces here, but a well-rounded Night Elf army requires more than just Night Elves. Yeah, I would agree with that. The creatures of the forest, our ancestral home, have protected us for centuries. We simply need to rally them. Here, take this whistle. Our allies know this sound, and you'll be able to use it to recall them. Before you start gathering creatures, I'd like you to crawl a few of our wisps, just for practice.
Farewell.
Okay.
Quickly, quickly! Move it!
Good to see you here. Estelon is being difficult. We're gonna have to deal with these ogres for Lady Shandris on our own until he decides to deal with us.
Off you go! Careful out there.
Estelon, the Highmorn in the tower up there, is reclusive. I haven't been able to speak with him very much. He has, however, told me that the ruins of the high wilderness to the south are full of Gorduni ogres. The ogres are not only a threat, they're destroying the forest and wildlife. He warned me of what might happen if he discovered any artifact in the ruins.
Move it! Off you go!
In addition to clearing out the ogres, he mentioned something else. He said the ogre warlocks may have some kind of orb or some item of power. He was terse about it, but seemed upset. He said there was no way they could be highborn. So I think he wants to know what got them. Just bring me back one of those orbs.
On your way! Careful out there. Move it!
Ishnu Daldie.
If you have a moment. One of the students I was teaching has gone to explore the Dark Mist ruins to the south by himself. I warned it was too dangerous, but he was too excited to listen. I had spoken with him earlier about an amulet that's concealed in those ruins, and now I fear he may have run off to get it. Because of me. Estelon has forbidden us to pursue him. If you could go, could you please look for him?
Go in peace.
Sure thing. What is with this guy? Is he just right here? Is that him? Hello? Hey. Hey, flap, flap, flap. Alright, whatever. Not really, Uthor. I mean, it changes a couple of things about how some talents work, but for the most part, no.
You need something? Safe travels.
Excuse me. Come with me, Mr. Wisp. What are they trying with tier sets? It's okay, they're making 4D concrete, Percy plays. I get it completely.
Ishnu dal dier.
Wisps had always lived in harmony with the Night Elves. We depend on them for many things. These guys, who, for example, will be helping us with construction and repairs. Ready for more?
May the stars guide you.
Hippogriffs are majestic creatures. Some say they were created by Cenarius himself as a gift for the Night Elves. They're wary of other races, but intelligent enough to recognize a friend of a friend. I need more hippogriffs here so we can begin training some of our newer archers to ride them. Okay,
Be careful.
I can do that. Oh, now that's interesting. So, to be clear, when you say role specific, like, you know, DPS, tank, healer, but then also, you know, balance would be my 4-piece. Ugh. You have uncovered some sort of strange egg-shaped device made from metal. Fiddling with one of its knobs springs to life, and as it opens, some sort of gnomish voice crackles to life. My name is Oglethorpe Obnauticus, and my homing robot has crashed. I will reward you for its recovery. Please take this beacon to its robot. I've now computed the coordinates of the robot for you. Okay. We will do this thing. Oh, come on! I'm gonna die because I'm coughing. Oh. Okay, 2-piece. Each time you take damage, you have a chance to cast Shield Wall for 4 seconds and gain Luck of the Draw. During Luck of the Draw, Slam's chance to crit is increased by 50%. And crits reduce the cooldown of Shield Strike by 6 seconds? Jesus. And by Shield Strike, I mean Shield Charge. Interesting. Called insurance. That's funny. Oh, that's a tough one. I'll ask that question to the crowd, too. Which expansion of WoW do you think added the most to the game as a whole? No, Percy Place, you do not. If you have a WoW sub, you have a WoW sub in the region you're in. If you want to play in Europe, you're going to have to buy WoW a second time. I'm actually torn on that myself. Obviously, Kata was a sea change for the game as a whole. I've talked about that many times and shown it for the last week or so. But there's a couple of other expansions that are really tickling the back of my brain in terms of what they've done for the game as a whole. Yeah, see, I'm torn between Warlords and Dragonflight for my real answer. For more or less the same reason, actually. So you're probably thinking, what the hell did Warlords add to the game? A lot. Warlords, I've talked about this before, Warlords was one of the biggest under-the-hood expansions that WoW has ever had. Completely fundamentally changed how the game operated, how the game rendered, how the game animated, how certain quest objects worked. It changed what they could do and how they could do it, and laid the bones for everything that's been happening up to and including War Within. I mean, just to name the most surface-level take on that, the new character models, that was Warlords. Yes, excellent work. This is indeed my homing robot. The sensors indicate that it needs a jump start. Go ahead, place the beacon next to the rover. It'll take care of the rest. Okay. I need to move it to an open, safe area so I can begin a lengthy takeoff procedure. There's a built-in cloak, but I need time on my end to make it operational again. Escort the robot from its current location. Okay. I love how much it sways back and forth as it talks. Look at it. Really, Huthor? Good, good. And yeah, Dragonflight, among other things, added a physics engine to the game. But also, I think I've been showing this a lot. I know I mostly talked about this back in BC, but honestly, dragonflying is by itself a huge change in how we interact with the game. Never mind the completely variant approach in how they're handling a lot of philosophical sides of the game, you know? And Dragonflight was the shot in the arm that WoW retail needed. And it was, like, there's no debating that. The numbers quite literally prove it. So, yeah, I would say it's one of those three. Kata, because, you know, duh. Warlords, because everything under the hood. And Dragonflight for the philosophical changes and the new approach going forwards. Oh yeah, that's another thing I've been meaning to point out. When we get to a certain expansion, I'm going to ask Bladeville what he thinks of that expansion directly compared to ARR. Not trying to be mean, but actually it's something that's been on my mind a little bit. Wait, what? Are you just... Okay. Oh yeah, Dragonflight came out during Endwalker. But ARR came out during Pandaria. And so one of the things I'm curious about is people who are familiar with FF14 and ARR and their thought about... Shooter, don't tell them. Their thought about how Pandaria measures up compared to ARR directly. Because, historically speaking, that was the direct competition. Okay. One moment. I'm curious which patch was live when ARR came out. It looks like ARR came out about 1 month before the Siege of Orgrimmar. The final and worst patch of Pandaria. And that tracks. Do you mind? Stupid poacher. Go away, poacher. Yeah, no, I've actually argued a few times that Pandaria, wrong direction, that ARR got a bit of a boost by virtue of having, that last patch as its direct competition. Because there really wasn't a lot to do there. Yeah, and then Warlords happened, and, well, then Heavensward happened. It doesn't line up that neatly, but it is kind of... WoW and FF14 expansions have kind of done a back and forth for a while now, so... ARR comes out, Warlords comes out, Heavensward comes out. And yes, if you're paying attention, that means Stormblood's competition was Legion. And yes, that means Shadowbringer's competition was BFA. Of the FFs 1 through 12, the main block, if we were. And yeah, Endwalker was Shadowlands, which, again, speaks for itself. I have actually wondered if a little bit of some of the less than glowing reception of Dawntrail has been because its competition has been War Within. And, yeah. Like, I'm sorry, War Within is definitely another home run expansion. And I don't know what else to add to that. Yeah, knock on wood. We're not there yet. Okay. So which of the central FFs have I played the least? I'm pretty sure that by default my answer to that is actually FF2. Because I hate FF2. And so I don't really see myself actually replaying it all that often. Like I played it once in the NES. Oh my god. Why did I've beaten FF2 on the NES. FF1 I have actually played quite a bit. Although, as Blade Cheval pointed out, I haven't played FF1 on the NES since, like, 2003 or something like that. No, it would have been before that. It would have been in my college era, so 2001, 2002, somewhere in that range. Oh, I am too, Bragwin. I liked Dawntrail, don't forget. There were a couple of individual scenes that I hated. And I did. I'm not going to name them, but you know the ones. And I do think the overall expansion had really, really, really weird pacing. But I liked it. Big net positive for me. So I played FF1 a bunch. Especially because I like the various versions of it. FF3 would be another runner-up for being an FF I haven't played very much. Oh, assuredly, first of all. FF3, I did play the NES version once, the fan patch. I have actually never played the Pixel Remaster of FF3. And I played the DS version all the way through twice. No, that's a lie, 3 times. So that's a total of 4 playthroughs of FF3. I can actually number how many times I played FF3. So 4 playthroughs of FF3. So let me think about FF2. How many times have I played FF2? So there's the original NES time. There's the time I played it on the PS1. There's the time I played it on my GBA when I was bored and visiting my folks in Vegas. 1, 2, 3. And then there was for the run, and then there's for the run. So I think I've actually played FF2 more than FF3. That's funny. So I'm up to 5 for FF2. I've played FF4 a billion times. I've played FF5 a billion times. I've played FF6 a billion and a half times. 7 I've played a billion times. 9 I've done a theater of 9. So that leaves I've also New Game Plused 10-2 a lot. Like, my overall playtime on my main save in FF10-2 was like 200 hours, because I just kept New Game Plusing it, because it was fun. Excuse me. So yeah, that leaves 8, which I skipped over on purpose, and 10. And I guess 12. So, let's see. Excuse me. I've actually only played FF12 a few times. There's the original time, of course, and then there's the time I did for a friend of mine. Then there was the stream, the other stream, and the other stream. Because we actually streamed FF12 more than once because we did an international version of that stream. So I think that puts us up to 6 times for FF12. So I've actually played FF12 more than I thought. Okay, so that just leaves 10 and 8. And our current thing we need to beat is 4. Now, the thing is, the bare minimum answer will always be 4. I'm not sure it's possible for me to go below 4. In fact, it isn't possible to go below 4. Because I'm wrong. FF3 I've actually played 5 times. I just thought about that. So FF3 and FF2 I have played an equal number of times, I think? Nope, that's still wrong. Hang on a sec. So I've played every FF, 1 through 12, a minimum of 3 times, because I have streamed all of them 3 times. The marathon, the lore run, and the review series. So the absolute minimum any FF game can be is 4. But I've played FF2 on the NES, and I've played FF2 on the PS1, and I've played FF2 on the GBA. So that's 6 times for FF2. And for FF3, I've played it on the NES and the DS. So that's 5 times for FF3. And 8, I actually used to replay a bunch, so that doesn't count. Sorry. I liked 8. I'm sorry. Took me a while to get there, but I did eventually like 8, once I realized how you could absolutely destroy the game. Once I figured out that cards were the secret to everything. I love how it has to be slotted as a DPS. Which just leaves 10. So there's my initial playthrough of 10. I'm not sure I've ever played FF10 more than once off camera. I was debating that because I remembered a second playthrough, but then I remembered that second playthrough was actually a friend of mine's, and all I did was take over the controller to grind out some mindless grind for him.
Out with it! Careful out there. Off you go!
Yeah, there was the playthrough where I maxed out the sphere grid. And that's it.
On your way! Off you go! Move it! On your way! Careful out there. What? Off you go!
Several hundred hours, by default. Not as long as my FF10-2 save, but it was pretty high up there. Yeah, no. The FF I've played the least, and I could definitively say this, is FF10. I've played through FF10 4 times. And that's as low as that's getting. 1 playthrough off camera, 3 playthroughs on camera. It's not really possible to be below that. You're thinking of 12, Uthor. Sorry, I'm kind of stunned here because that's a weird resultant, but yeah, no. It is 10. 10 is the one I've played the least. Immediately after 10 would be 3, which I've played 5 times, and then 2, which I've played 6. And 12 would also be 5 times. Sorry. So, no, that's actually fascinating to think about. I don't know if you know this, Ross. So I 100%ed FF10. And it's also the last FF I 100%ed. Because that burnt me out hard on the concept. Like, really hard. If you don't know what it takes... Here, let me pick up this quest and I'll explain this nonsense.
I am honored. Del Nadi.
Ah, the orb. This is neither a crude ogre trinket nor an ancient relic made by my kind. It is a specific construct that's new to me, and this disturbs me greatly. The Wolf Girl will be sending you to Diremall soon to fight the Gordok elite. They're the leaders of the Gorduni, and I'd like to know who is supplying these. Take this orb back. I've cast a few enchantments on it. Hold it up to a weakened Gordok, and once you've captured him, bring it back here. Okay. Well, no, for counting played time, that's a different metric entirely.
Good luck, friend.
Some people think treants are good for little more than fetching drinks in a war. Most of them haven't seen an entire defensive line scattered by what they thought was cover. Have you ever seen a peon try to chop one down and get surprised? I was in tears. Anyways, they're immensely valuable allies. You'll find some wandering just outside the tower.
Asha Fela.
Okay, thanks. But yeah, no, so in FF10, I struggle to even explain how much of a slog this is. So you get orbs, which enable you to, oh god, it's a whole process. So you get levels, but levels only do one thing. They enable you to move on the grid, nothing else. You need spheres to then actually get the nodes on the grid, which gets you the stat ups. But those stat ups are very sub-optimized. So what you can do is there's a separate type of sphere, which is called a clear sphere, which actually deletes a node from the grid. Then you can get other types of spheres, which are stat spheres. Those replace an empty node with a max of that stat type sphere. So, you need a bajillion levels to constantly be moving around the grid. You need tons and tons and tons of clear spheres, and each of the stat spheres you need in order to then be able to progress through it. And then you need a bunch of the use spheres in order to activate those stat spheres. All of that means farming the ever-living crap out of the monster arena. And just mulching super optional bosses over and over and over. And a whole lot of planning and a whole lot of math. Because there's no... Like, you can't actually, at least in the original grid, you cannot have truly supermaxed stats. It's not possible. There's not enough nodes for it. You can do that in the international version, it's worth noting. So in the non-international version, you had to pick and choose and decide how many you did in what direction. And yeah, this is my PS2 save I'm referencing. I've shown it off. In the original Marathon playthrough, I showed it off right at the beginning.
What brings you here?
Hello?
Elune Light.
I'm chained to this place. It takes so much effort just to speak with you. I can barely maintain this shape. I could help you, but please, help me pull together first. If I could just leave this tomb, the soil outside of the is full of arcane deposits. Could you bring me some?
Asha Fela.
You must be careful when you venture outside. Other spirits are bound to this place, malevolent, hateful ones. None of what they used to be remains, only suffering and a will to live. We'll need that will to summon the overlord that keeps me bound here.
Goddess watch over you.
Okay, sure, I'll go harvest souls for you. Is there any point to that other saying you did it? I mean, you're super maxed. But here's the really funny part. Most of what I just described is to some extent or another necessary to fight the super optional bosses in that game. Because FF10's super optionals are terrible. They are gigantic stat walls from hell. Have fun, Percy plays. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually answer your question. Random encounters are every step you take, every time you enter a space that has random encounters, a number is generated, say 90. Every step you take, depending on where you're stepping, increases a number. Once that number hits 90 or goes over 90, you have a random encounter. Make sense? That's how random encounters work. Anyways. But yeah, the main reason I did that in FF10 was to be able to defeat Nemesis. This jackass McGee wasn't even in the game I played, because yeah, that was the PS2 version we're talking. Anyways, so all of that insane grind was the last time I really bothered with that level of grind in any game, actually. Because in FF12, I started that particular grind. I started on the path to 100%ing. And I should mention that 100%ing FF12 is in many ways worse than 100%ing FF10. I believe it does, Five. And I realized, you know what? This is a colossal waste of my time, and I never want to do this again. And I never have. I like games that are fun to 100%. Like Metroids. Well, some Metroids. Nemesis is worse than the Dark Aeons. But then again, he's supposed to be. Now, Penance, he's the worst of all. Ugh. Don't get me started on Penance. Penance is like the kind of boss that I can't fairly judge, but is easily deserving of more than 3 negatives. Hi, Zactift. Yeah, this is a nice place here. Elven Ruins, let me tell you. Great place to hang out. Well, thank you, Yura. I apparently needed it, because I conked. Like, I didn't even realize that time had passed, if that makes any sense. Does Penance have any interesting mechanics or strategy? Yes. If you do anything wrong at any point in an hour-long fight, you die instantly.
Greetings. May the stars guide
You have the soil? I'm having trouble staying together. Hurry.
Elune light
Thank
your
you,
path.
thank you. I feel much better. With just a little bit more.
Asha Fela.
Ah, you can feel their anguish, can't you? My poor friends. At least we can use you to fix things.
May the stars guide
The other spirits and I are bound here by a cruel demon named Veronius. He is our captor, a twisted, mindless beast who devours our souls over millennia. The lure of the souls and arcane magic you've brought here should draw him out.
Go in
Okay.
peace.
You'll kill his ass. I have not seen Rebel Moon. But yeah, I have noticed that an increasing trend of not valuing people's time, which is funny, considering in general people just have less spoons and less time to, you know, burn on things. There it goes. That's a strange bug. I can actually explain it, though. As weird as it sounds. How many of you have ever heard of the quote? Oh, hang on. I will leave to follow Dathramar and the others. The Sindrilar have gone too far. To traffic with demons? We're giving ourselves to corruption. Oh, Vernius, you poor fool. You should have left earlier. It's too late to stop them. Let me show you their glory. No. No. See, in case you missed that, the guy we just killed was actually the Night Elf. Her husband, or whatever.
Peace be with you.
Oh, you saw, didn't you?
Goddess watch over you.
You've been so nice. I've been trapped here so long thanks to Verinius. That young elf was the first soul I've tasted in ages. Even after I gifted him that form, he insisted on keeping me trapped. He even hoarded all the souls just so I couldn't have any. So stubborn. I owe you a favor, darling. Maybe someday I'll repay it. Yep, catfished by a succubus. Which, if you think about it... now, I know you're going to jump down my throat on this Blade Default, but hear me out. I have a legitimate theory here. Just bear with me for a sec, okay? I think the game sucked now. No. I don't want to cough again. So I do that joke again. I feel like there is an escalating problem. Have you ever heard of the saying, if I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter? There we go. Got the Ogre Mage, apparently. Yeah, exactly. Like, the idea is that it actually takes more time and effort to make something that is shorter. To make something that has no padding, no fat, no nothing. To really be... to really put out a polished product, in simple terms. Now, that's an old saying. That goes back a couple hundred years, I think, at this point. I have to check that. Hang on. Hang on. When was that? 1800s. So, okay, not quite a couple hundred years, but it's been a minute. But the point is, even then that applied to just writing novelizations. Yeah, Samuel Clemens, that's correct. But that applies nowadays, too. A large amount of entertainment media for the past, I'd say about 40, 50 years, has gotten very, very, very entwined with the interests of big money, right? Big business. Which means one of the biggest focuses is always making money at the expense of everything else. And so what I feel, and I have no true hard evidence of this, is that there's been an increasing push to not have what is effectively an editing pass on books, movies, games, shows. And instead to just put out what they put out, right? After all, those kind of editing passes would be a net loss in their perspective. Not only would it be the kind of thing that would make the work in question shorter, or articles, yeah. But it would also, it would, hang on, I'm saying that in the wrong order. It would probably not lead to a direct increase in overall market, right? It wouldn't lead to an increase in sales, because nobody cares about the quality, right? But also, it would make the work in question shorter, which would actually be perceived as a bad thing. Because remember, putting the length of something on the back of a book, and a movie, and a show, and a game has been a selling feature since at least the 70s that I'm aware of. That's a long-standing metric of relative quantity of value. Yeah, more's better, exactly. So I feel like one of the reasons that a lot of works have just kind of slowly bloated out more and more and more and more is because of that. Now, that's not an absolute, of course. There's plenty of super long things that are incredibly dense. And there's plenty of short things that are padded to hell and back. But I do think that there is a trend there. And I do think that's why that trend exists. I do think I'm having trouble finding these ogres. I like how Bregman just straight up AFKs. No fear of the Q actually hitting. Oh, we've got a tank now. Which is funny, because I'm queued as a healer. Pretty sure? Yep, I am. I double checked. See, I asked Belitaval not to jump down my throat. He's still jumping down my throat. No wonder I'm gonna cough! It was you! It was you, Belitaval. I knew it. No, it does on my end too, Bregman. I knew it. The cough was always Belitaval. That gets back into valuation. As I've said a billion trillion times, the difference between leveling and grind is that you enjoy leveling and you don't enjoy grind. I'll admit my tolerance for it is pretty low, and I will freely admit that. My tolerance is probably lower than the average person because I have even less time in my life than most people, and I've 100% at FF10. Or, put another way, I've been around that block before and I'm done with it. Whoa! They're offering me $160 to shill this stupid Star Trek mobile game. Hey guys, don't buy this stupid Star Trek mobile game.
Don't waste my time. Move it! On your way!
It's called Star Trek Fleet Command. I've actually been aware of it for a while. They've done some really, really bad ads for it.
Hello.
They may not look like it, but treants grow to be ancient protectors. We could use a few more of those around here.
Farewell.
Yeah, no kidding.
What brings you here?
Ah, you brought him. Now I merely have to suffer the fate of speaking to him. Shut up, dude.
Good luck, friend. May the stars...
Who gave your clan these orbs, Ogre? Not gonna talk. Cold. You disgusting creature. You spread your filth among glorious Eldritch Thalos, and now you dare defy me. Talk! Cho'Gall. Twilight's hammer makes us strong. The Twilight's hammer. Fascinating. Are they in your dire mall? Yes, dire mall. You no longer live there, Ogre. Pray you land somewhere safe. It's more than you deserve. And he teleports him away to... somewhere?
Ishnuala.
It seems we found an infestation far worse than what we were expecting. Cho'Gall is no doubt trying to use the Gordock to gain access to the remnants of Eldritch Thalos within Dire Maul, full of the forbidden powers that brought down the fall of the Sindralar. I'm rambling. Leave me. Tell Sylvia what you learned. Whatever's occurring in Dire Maul must be stopped.
Good luck, friend.
Actually, yes, Lord Harrimont. Fresh reminder, teleportation is a weapon.
Elune be with you.
How horrible for someone so young and full of promise to fall to demons. I beg your forgiveness for sending you into danger. I hope you don't cross paths with that demoness again.
Asha Fela.
Two-headed ogres are not a consistent feature. They are something that should be rare. And I will never stop complaining about that.
Speak quickly! Careful out there.
Twilight's hammer. Here? This is more serious than I expected. We gotta put a stop to this. I don't know if I'm ready to lead such an offensive, but I'm not about to let my fears get in the way of what needs to be done. I will rally our forces. Head to Dire Maul. Make your way and disrupt Cho'Gall's activities.
On your way!
Let's go then. So, I'm obviously describing this wrong, Blade Travel, because 100%ing FF10 was a chore and a nightmare that I am not proud of doing, and I did not enjoy doing. You ever heard of, mental momentum? It's when Scion of the Emperor...
Son of life,
Whoop.
set forever. as light gives way to eternal night.
Oblivion looms. It calls.
The Twilight's hammer is the instrument of this grand destruction. The method of glorious annihilation.
Tear aside the veil. Open.
Behold! The world you see before you has been judged.
Fire, water, earth, air.
All shall perish before the elements.
Burn and drown and crush and suffocate.
Join us and embrace the inevitable end.
The Master's power calls.
You will be reborn, stronger than flesh.
Strength beyond form. Power in the infinite.
Swear your allegiance to me.
The Master wants. He sees and wants and hungers.
And you will be remade in my image.
Wait! Infidel! A heathen among us!
An intruder. You! Prove yourselves, my ogres. Slay this insect.
Blood for the Master! Blood and suffering!
Plus to story, Cho'Gall's voice actors. I will brook no argument on this. They're even perfectly counterbalancing each other. I believe so, Lord Herma, but don't quote me on that. They could both be sights. He has got great range.
Enough! I'll stain my hands with your blood!
Murder! Murder!
And yes, this is one of the reasons why I was thinking about including Feralas, even if we did skip some zones. So there's Shandris herself coming to our rescue. Back off here. There's Cho'Gall. He's only got 8 million health. I got this, guys. I got this. He's only a raid boss. A raid end boss. Well, mostly a raid end boss. And there's Shandris's signature attack that was referenced earlier. What?
Enjoy your hollow victory, insects.
The darkness comes.
May it console you as your world rots.
Okay, quest complete. I've got 15 seconds. See if there's any more cutscene. I think there isn't. Because we completed the quest. Okay, no, we're good, we're good. Okay, we got a queue. Holy crapola. Alright, the first and most important thing I was curious about I have now discovered. Namely, me being experience capped does not make them experience capped if it's a random queue. That's actually really good to know. Because remember, I'm still experience limited because I'm stuck at 67. One moment, Scion. I'm sorry. Your timing! You pop in right as we do a cutscene, and then also I get queued for a dungeon. I am so sorry. Hang on, let me get some heals out here. Get some basic stuff going on. Alright. Thank you for the sub, Scion. I apologize. The bot may or may not be dead. I'll check that in a moment. Nope, bot's alive. Everything's fine with the bot. Now, part of the reason I wanted to do this is I wanted to pay attention and see how this feels from a healing perspective. So, is there a rollover system for donations? If you're donating to 3 games, one is 50. Full funding, I donate 70 to that extra turn of loss to void. No, there's no rollover system, to answer simplicity. Now, I'm not saying that I couldn't implement such a thing, but generally speaking, I've never had to. Like, generally speaking, if something over donates, it's by like $3. You know what I mean? It's very, 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 very rare that a game gets donated over its target goal. Because the moment it hits its target goal, I tick it over, and most of those things take a moment. That is not what I call boss. Ah. Yeah, we'll look at that later. Later of all. Yes, this is a boss, believe it or not. I see some damage coming out. That's good. I like seeing damage. Not having to care about his mechanic. Oh, no, he's still doing his bombs. Okay, no, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Okay, so Bragwin has 500 health. Let's see how much I can heal Bragwin for. So that was a 69 heal. But that was a 2,000 heal. That was a 1,500 heal. So something's broken somewhere. Hang on, where's my heals? Let's check my heals here. By the way, this is why having a healing tracker is useful, FF14. Sorry. So let's actually see this by target here. Scooch this over here. Just throw out a blanket heal. He's taking a while to die, too, which I'm actually really liking. This is good. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I'm feeling the end of that negative. Okay, so... No, yeah, my healing is absolutely not scaling correctly to Bragwin. That is absolutely what's happening there. You're right. By like a huge margin, too. Good lord. Okay, so let's just do no heals for a second. Well, no, hang on. Because Bragwin just took 15,000 damage. So maybe it is, and maybe I'm just seeing the wrong numbers because of how scaling is being pushed out to my my client. Here, let's watch a percent. Okay, so that was a 20% heal, which is about right from a regrowth. So maybe it is correct. Holy crap! Did they fix this crap? I'm in shock and awe. Come on, Nick. By the way, Cyan, I didn't see what you wanted to put those three allocations of one donation towards. I mean, I'll be honest, I'd love to get rid of about half of the abandonment negatives I've given. Part of why we're doing this right now. Because this right here, this is pretty much what a new player, whoops, that's the wrong button, would be experiencing. If you're going to do the dungeons, this is how you're doing them. Where are my buttons? There they are. Do I not have... Last train home. Is that already on the list? Can someone check for me really quick, please? Probably not, Yura. Sorry, this is Martin. It's a vanilla dungeon, so no real pluses for visuals, as is pretty usual. Alright, I'm surprised. I thought someone had added that to the list, because I even know what game that is. Moradin wasn't really touched up, so this is basically a vanilla dungeon. So I don't expect this place to be a lot of positives, but, you know, whatever. Like, most of the bosses in here are... I do AoE damage periodically. Well, it makes sense. Moradin was one of the last vanilla dungeons they added to the game. In fact, I believe it was the second to last. Right before Dire Maul. I think Martin looks better when we get to the third wing, which we won't even be seeing here. Last train home. I thought I already had Total War, Pharaoh. I guess not. No, this is still vanilla music. Whoops, sorry. Not paying attention. It's okay, I got you, buddy. I got you. I'm a good healer. I can recover from not paying attention. I could check the numbers, but I'm almost positive that Dire Maul came out after this and was the last dungeon in vanilla. Remember to check me on that, though. Wow, he actually was able to do his mechanic, and people took damage. I'm shocked. Oh. And that's the wing, so people are done now. Because you queue for a wing. I wanted to keep going. Well, I found out what I wanted to find out. Oh god, there's Chagall. Run! Run from Chagall! Run! Dynasties? Okay. Is that like a different game mode or what, Scion? Anyways, thank you for helping me test that, Bragwin. I think... I don't know. I'm a little bit hesitant to 100% pull the trigger. But I think I'm going to at least pencil in the idea of removing half the abandonment negatives right now. Because it does look like they have reverted the scaling, or at least tinkered with the scaling enough to make it not completely terrible. And I definitely want, because, so we've still got Dire Maul in its entirety, which I'm going to want a prefab for that. And I think that's, no, and Zul'Farrak. That's it. That'll be it on Kalimdor. On East Kingdoms, we got a bunch.
Quickly, quickly! Off you go!
Welcome back from the battle. Twilight's hammer's been disgraced in the eyes of the Garduni and driven from Feralas. We've shown the glory of the Alliance today.
Move it!
Sure, that might as well be a thing that we've done. So, I might not have an answer for you, Czar, because I'm not that familiar with Planescape's greater setting lore, but you can always ask. For example, apparently I got the Blood War wrong earlier. I have to say apparently because I haven't double-checked it, and I don't immediately trust anything I hear on the internet, but point being, I'm not that familiar with it, is the exact point I'm making. Hell, I even get Warcraft stuff wrong sometimes. I am quite versed in Warcraft.
I supply only the finest goods. See you later. Safe travels. Have a good one.
Oh, nice. So it's just like a kind of a baked-in remaster thing?
Yeah, what do you want? Keep it real.
Well, Planescape Torment, to my knowledge, doesn't exist in a specific setting. I mean, it's got Planescape, of course. But that was back when the D&D settings were a little bit more fluid. And there was this sort of contiguous vibe that each of the D&D settings was actually part of the same setting. That was all part of the same overall multiverse. That's gone away since then. As well, there's no nice way to say this, as corporations have drawn up copyright lines, each of those settings have been kind of divided out a little bit more than they used to be.
Till next we meet.
But that's one of the reasons why Planescape directly references several things from several other elements of D&D. Why plenty of other things reference places, like Sigil, or the lady I can't think of the name of, the one who runs the Dimension of Planescape Torment. I'll be right back. Apologies. Yeah, I heard Pharaoh just kind of fell over. Lady of Pain, that's what I was thinking of. And that's a shame. I look forward to poking at it someday.
Don't waste my time. Move it. Off you go. On your way.
The first of Shandris' direct orders is to deal with the Woodpaw Gnolls here. They've been spreading too far and too fast and becoming a threat to the forest and our war effort. They know we're here. After we took this camp, we've been leading covert strikes against them. It's time to take a major blow.
Careful out there.
We dealt with the Gorduni at Diremall, but we haven't quite finished the job. It's not Ogre yet.
Off you go.
I am listening. May the stars...
You wouldn't know it from looking at them, but the lovely fairy dragons that inhabit the forest can be truly fearsome if trained properly. They can do amazing things with magical energy, absorb it, redirect it, nullify it. They're nearly harmless alone, but in large numbers they can have a stunning effect on battle.
Asha Fela. Good luck, friend.
The mountain giants are our most powerful allies of the forest. They're carved from the land itself. Not many of our enemies are willing to fight off a walking hillside. It only takes a few of these to turn the tide of a battle completely.
Be careful.
Hi, Paranoid Android. Is the Steam Winter Sale on? That would actually explain something. I went to buy something earlier. Couldn't, because my cart was just completely bugged, and I just gave up on it. So I'll come back to that. I like that too as Miristar. Kind of how Swamp of Sorrows pays homage to Warcraft 1. I think it's 1. So is it possible that Grace won in the Blubber because she's lawful evil, chaotic evil, even if she's Succubus and her alignment shifted towards lawful neutral? I don't understand what her alignment has to do with her having any success at ending the Blood War. Probably not, Valvadrix. There is a certain point at which we just start to reach critical mass of concurrent users. There's just only so much that the pipe can carry, you know. Is there someone or something who decides on which plane of souls the dead go, depending on their alignment? So, okay, I have no idea, is my first answer to you, with the regards of Planescape Torment itself, because as I already mentioned, in brief, I'm not super familiar with Planescape Torment or its setting. I can tell you that in Forgotten Realms, there's the Few plane, I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong about that name, which is where you go where Kelemvor's crew judges you. It says, alright, here you go. This is where you go. And then shuffles you off where you're actually supposed to go. There's a waiting room. Literally, there's a waiting room. Lots and lots of devils and demons in that waiting room, too. Who are like, hey! Mostly devils. Listen, hey, buddy. You could wait for your judgment, or you could forestall the judgment and just come with me and become a devil. I'm just saying. You could just do it. I mean, technically, whenever, Mr. Red. Dire Maul, like most of the vanilla dungeons, isn't really changed with Kata. So, it's just Dire Maul, so we can do it kind of agnostic to when we're doing it. Interesting graphic. Just gonna leave that there. Oh, that's a thing that happened. There we go. And yeah, funnily enough, we're still getting new voters for the LGAs. So I haven't even thought about shutting that down yet. I check it every few days just to see. So somebody asked me a Tauren question. Who are you? Because if you're there, I have an answer for you. Well, Planescape Torment isn't part of Forgotten Realms. To answer that question, Czar. That's why I prefaced with that statement earlier. So you were asking what would be the best path to go on if you wanted to have a Tauren-centric story arc. Am I understanding that correctly? Either way, yes. In Forgotten Realms, souls end up in the waiting queue, not decided by alignment. In fact, alignment doesn't actually exist in lore since 3rd edition, I want to say. Now, of course, Planescape Torment predates the change over to 4th edition and then later 5th edition. But, if you're paying attention, Kira White Noise mentions that there's apparently a form of gravity within Planescape Torment, which means that you are likely to be gravitated towards a specific realm depending on your alignment. Yeah, Planescape is from the 80s, I want to say, isn't it? Like, didn't it get started in 2E? Or rather, AD&D? So, racial path for the Taurens. So, how willing are you to bounce around? I wonder what that is. I wouldn't worry about it. Alright. So, obviously, you should probably start in Moldor. I know. Shocking. Just bear with me. Immediately after Mulgore, though, I would recommend doing Mulgore and then either North Barrens, Stone Talon, South Barrens, or skip North Barrens and just do Stone Talon, South Barrens. Either way, you can make a stopover in Desolus if you want to. But the next major zone I would recommend is actually Thousand Needles. I'm a druid, you can't root me. Doesn't work that way. They really want me to do this. So, 1,000 Needles. Now, after 1,000 Needles, it starts to get a little bit trickier. It doesn't matter, Kira-wise. Whatever. Well, I suppose it does matter, because I have to decide. Let's do East first. East is the most disconnected. We can actually do West and then North in one run, because they actually have a direct pipeline, which is relatively easy to traverse. Then I would actually recommend hitting out and going to Pandaria, of all places. And then going ahead and doing the Krasarang Wilds. And probably Kunlai. Yeah. Krasarang Wilds and then Kunlai. You may also feel free to do the Valley of the Four Winds while you're there. It's not particularly Tauren-centric, it's the Valley of the Four Winds. And that would mean that that would tie in naturally with the quest arc that ends up going north. That's up to you. At that point, you're probably max level. But if you're not, after that part, it gets a little bit trickier. Yeah, exactly. The Valley and Krasarang might as well be the same zone, really. Even their zone boundary is like the most soft zone boundary I've ever seen in the game. Like, normally, the borderline between two zones is this really hard, obvious barrier of biome variance. Like, there's just this giant barrier right there of, nope. But Krasarang and Valley of the Four Winds neatly dovetail into each other. It's nice. God, I love Pandaria so much. Sorry. Don't mean to praise this game. This game sucks! This game sucks! Vanilla was better. In every way. Probably is Miristar. Because, yeah. 5.1 takes up a huge chunk of Krasarang's server assets. Fuck about it. So, in essence, Grace's struggle and torment is meaningless because she can't change her nature and will go to Hell or Abyss no matter what. So, from how I understand it, in Planescape, your alignment determines where you gravitate, right? So, if she changes her alignment, if that's even possible in Planescape, I should mention I don't know if that's possible. But if she does, then she would then drift into a different place. Oh, that's a good point. She's not mortal, is she? So that's actually it's a different thing. They go through different things. I mean, what can change the nature of a woman, after all? That's right. It takes divine intervention to change a woman. If you're still going after Kunlai as Mirstar, I would recommend bouncing forward substantially to Val Shara in Legion, and then over to the Honorin Plains in Dragonflight. And I believe that's the end of the line. I believe that's as Tarani as you're going to get right there.
What? Move it!
The mains aren't just for trophies. If there's to be a slaughter, we might as well not let it be a total
Careful
waste.
out there.
Never underestimate a threat. These gnolls may seem like simple brutes, but there's animal cunning even among them. The gnolls run as a pack. Every pack has alphas. Biggest, strongest, and most ruthless members that claw their way to dominance. They're the ones giving orders, so they're the ones we're going to slay now.
On your way. Careful out there. Off you go.
You may have seen it yourself, but other scouts have reported an enormous beast held by the ogres. Reports say it looks like a Sasquatch, but if it is, it's the biggest one I've seen in Feralas. The ogres are most likely trying to teach it to obey them. Well, that's almost comical. I'm not going to sit by and let them train that thing to roll over at their command. It's named Big Fist. I wonder how it got its name.
Move it. On your way.
The Sasquatch may be the larger threat, but we need to wipe out the ogres. The Gorduni have been a nuisance for too long.
Move it.
Death to the ogres, and death to all sentient species.
May the stars guide you. Farewell. Be careful.
No, we're good. We're good. No questioning. No questioning. We're good. We're all good here. Well, to go back to Forgotten Realms, which is the one I know best, oftentimes when you die, someone has a lien on your soul. Literally. This kind of is something that happens in Elder Scrolls as well. So if you promise power to deity X, Y, or Z, and it's like, hey, I'll totally do stuff for you if you give me power. They fulfill their end of the bargain. Well, congrats. You're in the afterlife now, and you're in front of the judge. Yeah, there's also the wall. That's always a fun one. We don't talk about the wall. We don't acknowledge the wall. But yeah, it depends. It depends on everything. That's the problem. It's hard to give such a broad, sweeping answer to lore that has been changed a bare minimum of 6 times. That's why it's generally left so vague. You go before a judge, the judge decides where you go. What does the judge decide? Well, that's up to the author or up to the DM or whatever, right? You can plead your case. They can decide. They could rule summarily. There's all kinds of options left kind of open there for interpretation on purpose. All right, let's find Big Fist. Hey, Big Fist. So, how did you get that name? Hey, Spartan. I mean, subs are people too. I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't remember a lot of stories or books that really cover this whole topic all that much. But I'm probably misremembering too, because I'm only passingly familiar with those. They are casting a spell on me called Full of Meat. It reduces my movement speed and haste. So, I like to think that in lore, they're just shoving meat down my throat as they're fighting me like, oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate you. I should get well fed. Exactly. Just go into a food coma and they're like, alright, now we kill her. Yeah, they swing their club at me, and I just go. Anyways, that does make sense, Blade Duval. I do agree that there's definitely a market, and there's definitely a built-in incentive to not edit down works of fiction. And if anything, that's honestly kind of the thing I'm lamenting. Don't mistake me. I do think that has its point and purpose, and I do think it has its place in the world. Problem is, there's not a lot of incentive to do the opposite, is there? Generally speaking, if you see something that's properly edited down in any medium, it is done so because that particular creator wanted to, and probably did so at their own expense. Often literal
Out with it.
expense.
Off you go. Careful out there. On your way. Careful out there. On your way. Off you go.
With the gnolls out of the way, we're ready to take care of our other foes. Our scouts have discovered what appears to be a hive nearby, extending deep beneath the ground. The insects of the hive are large and ferocious, and most likely pose an even greater threat than the gnolls.
Move it. Off you go.
Most of the insects we've seen wandering the hive have enormous enough, but my scouts reported an especially huge one, a supposedly massive wasp. Yep, that's definitely a wasp. A wasp. If you're paying attention, this is a typical Kalimdor player's second interaction with the Silithids. Enjoy that. We don't really do much with the Silithids. Back in Vanilla, and I'll give Vanilla credit for this, there was kind of a slow build-up to what the Silithid were. And it was this really nice kind of mystery, oh my gosh, what's going on thing. And then they never did anything with it. I mean, yes, the Silithid are part of the Akir, and there's the thing with the old gods, but they never did anything with it. It was just like, oh my god, what are they? Oh, they're minions of the old gods. Okay. Cool. Yeah, there was a hint in South Barrens, back when it was just the Barrens, but it was the Southern Barrens. There was a hint in Thousand Needles, there was a hint in Feralas, there was a hint in Tannerus, a hint in Ungoro, and then finally, there was Silithus itself. I've been thinking about what to do with Silithus. Oh yeah, the Nerubians well predate the Silithid. The Nerubians go back to Warcraft 3. Ooh, that hurt. Ooh. I've been thinking about Silithus. And how to review it. Because there's nothing there. It's a complete nothing burger. I'm not even sure there are any quests that survive in the modern day. We'll get there soonish, hopefully tomorrow. Maybe Saturday, I don't know. But, I'm not sure how to review Silithus. Well, Silithus had this really, really terrible idea that was basically a form of, like, constructed... Maybe constructed structured. We'll call it structured grind. So, you would kill cultists. Cultists would drop their robes. You would equip the robes and use that to summon a boss mob. Just a little boss mob. You could solo it if you're good. Those would drop items. You would then gather several of those items to spawn a bigger guy, who would be like a 5 boss. Then you kill several of the bigger guy to spawn a raid boss. He would drop some decent loot. If you're paying attention, yes, that's a lot of grind. Because each raid boss took multiple lesser bosses, which each took multiple lesser bosses, which each took a whole bunch of trash. And yeah, screw all of that, basically. It's just directed grind. Yeah, the Fire Rack Assault was a little more streamlined. Unlike the Silithus thing, which was just the eternal grind from hell. What a lot of people would do on the server I played on was every player who was going to participate in a big boss had to be responsible for some of their pieces, right? So you would have to go around and farm cultist robes to kill the lowest bosses, and then you'd have to grind up a bunch of mid bosses to afford a higher boss. So then if you want a group for a higher boss, then you have to bring your own summoning materials for the higher boss. Now the benefit of that system was, if you're paying attention, that means every person present has a summon material to summon a bigger boss. So you get 5 people together, you get 5 bigger bosses. And then when you go fight a raid boss, everyone brings their own materials for a raid boss. You get the idea. I only participated in that a little bit, because I thought it was terrible. But you get the idea. See, what would I do with Silithus? God, I don't know. Make them the Thurg Swarm. There you go, perfect. That's what we all thought it was back in the day, by the way. No joke. That was the big theory.
Don't waste my time. Move it. On your way.
Something truly disturbing has occurred. Why are these quests unending? As truly disturbing has occurred. While on patrol, several of my scouts were ambushed by dryads. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can I just point out how dumb Feralas is? No, hear me out for a second, because it's been pretty positive, right? Like, Feralas is like, yes. And then it just goes... Like, the zone capped at the encounter in Dire Maul. And now we're still going. months, huh, Lord Harrowmont? That's an interesting statement. So, when did that come out? Hang on. Let's see how long it was, shall we? Let's check our timelines. So, there's vanilla. Alright, when was the War of the Shifting Sands? Nope, not this one. Okay, so it's past this. Nope, that's Zul'Gurub. Okay. That's Dragons of Nightmare. Okay. There it is. 1.9. January of 2006. So what that means is it was about 1 year and 3 months of time to speculate on them being the Zerg. Give or take. I know me and Pax made the trip to Silithus when we were like level 20. So, I think I've told that story. Yeah, you have to remember, the content I just mentioned in Silithus didn't exist at launch. There was literally no content in Silithus at launch. Just the zone, like the graphics, the appearances, but no NPCs, no quests, nothing there. So everyone was like, oh my god, what are they going to patch in here? And we see this giant swarm in the background that looks a lot like a crude 3D version of a Zerg hive. And what do you think we thought? Then the War of Ahn'Qiraj came out, and we started finding out what the Silithus were, and it's like, oh, okay. Never mind. Everyone go home. False alarm. No crossovers. At the time, I was disappointed, but with hindsight, I think that was the right move. I don't know if they were ever considering it. It's just something that quite a few people were thinking back in the day. Yeah. Who? It's the Zerg. And then 10% of the players are like either, yeah, or, oh, that's really dumb. One of the two. Those would be the only reactions. All in or nope.
Speak quickly.
So, I didn't want to scare you, but this is a grave situation. The portal at Dreambow was sealed. The corruption is still spreading.
Off you go.
A dragon of the Emerald Dream. What have you gotten yourself involved in? Oh, sorry.
On your way.
Hi, Ysandra. Tirar has not fled Feralas. He acts as a conduit to the nightmare through his own form. I'll run no longer. Seek me atop the peak to the east.
Quickly, quickly.
A dragon of the Emerald Dream. What have you got yourself involved in? I wouldn't keep her waiting if I were you. The place she spoke of is what we call the Emerald Summit. A path off the main road through the lower wilds leads up to the higher stone plateaus. There's a small shrine at the top.
Careful out there.
Yeah, fair enough, Darkrai. Now, I admit the idea of, like, just a for fun crossover raid is interesting. Imagine one Hydralisk being a raid boss. Just one Hydra. Because it would be. It's not even a special Hydra, it's just a Hydralisk. Forgive me, let me write down some notes really quick. You know what? Soul, Toothor. Done. Let's do it. That's... Of course it is. Of course it is. You can customize your battlecruiser, too. Give it different custom loadouts and abilities and weapons. But it's gone the next expansion. You've come. I'm ashamed to ask this of you, but I've ran from him long enough. Terrar must be stopped. Emerus and Lethin are gone. It's only us left now, and I can hide from this no longer. All I did while part of that brood, all the suffering I've caused must be repaid today. I am still weak. I cannot assume my true form even if I dare try, but I'll still stand beside you in battle. Come forth, Terrar. I stand before you. I've actually explained borrowed power quite a bit, especially since we talk about it all the time in FF14. I knew you'd come, sister. It's only a matter of time. To end this, this land will have peace. Peace? Peace is but a fleeting dream. Let the nightmare begin. Did you just throw a moon at me? Maybe. It is done. This land has suffered so much that it can rest now. With that, I am the only one left. Even if I choose to remain in this world, I cannot rejoin the Green Flight. But this victory gives me hope. Perhaps in time I can find peace in a simple life amongst mortals. You must return to your people. Tell them the dragons of nightmare are gone, and will no longer threaten this land. Yeah. I will see you again, Ysandre, in Legion.
What?
To be drawn into a fight between dragons. I don't know if you're blessed or cursed. Lady Shandris has heard all you've done and personally sent this reward. I'm glad you came back in one
Off
piece.
You go.
Thanks. And that's actually it for Feralas. So let's talk about the specific borrowed powers that Blizzard did that were arguably the worst. It was 3 expansions back-to-back. Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands. In Legion, there was this new weapon. It was actually a whole new category, a whole new type of weapon that actually reacted and acted differently. The weapon itself had level. The weapon had its own talent points, which you could fill out very similar to this kind of stuff. The weapon would grant you new abilities, both passive and active. And the biggest, weirdest thing about the weapon was it was your only weapon. You got 1 weapon per spec, and each spec had its own assigned weapon. So if you were a balanced druid, you had the Scythe of Elune, for example. Each of those weapons was something very narratively significant to you. They were artifacts, relics of great power, some of which were drawn from existing lore, some of which were long-standing pre-existing things within the lore, some of which had been invented for the sake of this particular expansion. There was this really, really cool feature. It's such a minor thing that when you would switch specs, like I'd hit this and switch over to Feral, it would immediately be like, boop, and allow you to instantly equip the new, the artifact that your new spec has. It was a cool little feature there. Small quality of life change that nobody ever talks about. Anyways. There was also a very small amount of customization you could do with relics. You could equip certain types of relics based on the weapon. Like, some weapons would have blood, frost, for example. So if you found a blood relic that gave you plus health, or a blood relic that gave you plus damage, you could put those in there. A little bit of customization, not too much. Either way, that was the artifact weapon system. Then at the end of Legion, all that went away. The artifact power system, which I don't want to talk about right now, was essentially thrown out the window. The weapons themselves were depowered, so we lost all the abilities they gave. And the weapons themselves actually stopped working 5 levels after we got them, so halfway through BFA. So that sucked. And that's the problem. That is borrowed power in a nutshell. It doesn't feel good when the power is ripped away, right? When the cool toy is ripped away. It's okay though, because BFA brought in Azurite gear, which was then abandoned, and brought in the necklace, which was then abandoned. I actually liked the necklace. And then it brought in the corrupted gear, which I really liked, which was then abandoned. Then Shadowlands came up with the concept of the Covenants. Now this is kind of a weird one, because the Covenants were abandoned too. But I hear you're thinking, Lore, I remember one random thing you said like a week ago, because you watch all my streams and you pay attention to all the stuff I say. And you remember that I mentioned that some of these talents here are actually some of those pre-existing abilities baked into the talent system, and you're right. So when I say some of this stuff was abandoned, there's kind of an asterisk there. Because some of these abilities, like I believe Convoke the Spirits was one of them. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. Were ported forward. They were ported forward into the talent system, so we could gain some of the cool abilities we had back in Legion and in Shadowlands. I know for certainty one of them, which was for Demon Hunter, my main. If you were a Ardenweald Demon Hunter, you gained the Hunt. And now, if you're a Demon Hunter, one of the talents you can get is the Hunt. And yeah, that's actually a pretty good approach to that, all things considered. But anyways, point being, those are the specifics of what were abandoned. The borrowed power system, which they've said multiple times, we'll see, that they're never going to go back to that kind of borrowed power system. We'll see. So far, they've kept to that.
Bless you. Illuminate your power.
So far, they've kept to that. Oh god, I forgot about that. Yeah, so there's also soul binds and gems and conduits, and Shadowlands got really system bloated. Like really system bloated. Do any of those systems still exist within the respective expansions? You know, real talk, I don't know. I haven't been back through Legion since they ripped out the artifact, so I'm not sure what happens when you get a brand new artifact now. And I haven't done BFA since BFA, because why would I? So I have no idea if Azurite gear even exists or if corrupted gear even exists anymore. Or like any... I'm pretty sure the necklace thing still exists, because I know that I've still gotten a few of those to drop. Every now and again. I know you have to join a covenant, but I have no idea if that does anything other than puts you on a specific campaign path in Shadowlands. And I have no idea what's going on with the Soulbind system. That is the other the other detriment of borrowed power, actually. Not that WoW would care about that, since as we've talked about, WoW has pretty consistently taken an attitude of screw older content until more recently. But if you have a borrowed power system in place and you develop an expansion around that, a brand new player leveling through that, through that expansion is going to be like, huh? If you just rip the system out of the game. I actually remember when BFA came out, there were a few new players, relatively new players, who would poke their heads into Legion and just be very confused. Because, the artifacts were already depowered by that point, by that patch. And so it's like, here's your artifact of power, and they'd open up the artifact screen and it would be grayed out or whatever. And we're just like, huh? Come on, where are you? Where are you? I know you roam. You stupid eel. Where are you, you damn eel? No, we can just sit here for a second. I probably should have switched over earlier. Oh yeah, that's another thing. So, artifact weapons were good and bad. They were clearly experimental, is the simplest way to put that. Because the concepts of Brekor subscribing with Prime Gaming... Oh, that's interesting. Hi. The concept of the artifact weapons were actually really, really, really good. But the reality of not just the AP grinding, but the other thing, the AP level grind, which was kind of separate from the AP grind. Well, we call it a grind for a reason, and I think that's the simplest way I can explain that. And there were some very wonky things with that curve. Like when you started off with a brand new artifact, you get some AP and it'd be like, here's 15 AP. Here's 70 AP and you need thousands. It's like, okay. Thank you for the sub, Brekor. If you would like to put that towards increasing interest or priority in future streams, please let me know. You can pick up to 3. What do you want to bet that jackass just killed her? What do you want to bet? Yeah, and then Azurite armor. I would legitimately like to know how Azurite armor came to be. Because of all of the terrible borrowed power systems they've ever had. Azurite armor specifically. Not the necklace, which was fine and had some cool things. Not the corrupted armor, that was cool. But the Azurite armor was probably the worst. In my opinion. Really, Huthor? Do you happen to have a TLDW? I think he's not going to spawn. Damn it, I'm all sad. Well, whatever. The main reason I actually switched over was not to kill this stupid eel. It was to show you this talent right over here. The Hunt, right there. That's it. That used to be a Ardenweald Covenant ability. A lot of these kind of things tend to be fairly far down on these lists. Sigil of Spite is also, if I'm not mistaken, a Covenant ability from Kyria, I want to say. What did it do that was so bad? Oh, man. I don't have my notes prepped for that. That's my answer for that. I don't have my notes ready to go for that. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna spawn. Meh. Sadness. In the interest of trying to play a little bit of catch-up, let's go ahead and start the next zone. I don't think we'll finish it. Let's at least start it. Hopefully, we'll be able to show off some Azurite armor when we get to BFA, because I don't know if it still drops, but if it does, it's going to be funny. I believe starting BFA still involves mandating getting the necklace. I could be wrong, though. So, hey! 1,000 needles. Things look a little wetter than I remember. This used to be an elevator that goes down. It's, I mean, I guess it does technically... Whoop, 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 whoop. It does still go down. It's just, you know, a little bit less in one piece than I would like an elevator to be. As you can see. Yeah, a friend of mine was playing as the guy, I can't say his name out loud for fear of being flagged by automatic AI bots. He enjoyed his playthrough with that. Yeah, man-eater. Exactly. Oh my gosh. There's Grim Totem everywhere. This sounds pretty much the same whether you're Alliance or Horde, by the way.
Greetings. Go
Those cowardly Grim Totem have attacked us by surprise when we were least prepared. You will be most helpful to the Thousand Needles elsewhere. We have heard rumors that goblins and gnomes somehow survived on a giant barge out to the salt flats. We'll take a fireman is at the base of the summit. He can get you a canoe to get there. Do you mind helping fight the Grim Totem on your way to him?
Be careful.
There's the Razorfin Downs quest for some stupid reason. Yeah, so here's the dealio, right? The Grim Totem, as we've already mentioned, are essentially acceptable targets for the Tauren. I don't even know why I said essentially. They are acceptable targets for the Tauren. They're jackasses. They looked at this giant colossal sea change that devastated life and killed however many people. I don't know how many, but a lot. And they said, you know what? Let's take this opportunity to attack and kill all of the other people here, including our fellow Tauren, in order to try and claim this territory for our own. Perfect time for this. Great folk, the Grim Totem. They're cool. They're cool. They great at parties, really. Hi, Disco. Hopefully you've been as well as you can be. You have to have your evil sub-faction, exactly. We get the Grim Totems. Humans just get humans, they're just evil. I'm kidding, the humans actually do have the Defias. That's their intended sub-faction.
Greetings.
Want a canoe to go to the Salt Flats, but surely the racetrack's been destroyed. Nonetheless, for your bravery, you will have the last one.
May the eternal sun shine.
Ready to go? One of our braves will row you out to the Mirage Raceway. If anyone survived out there, they'll desperately need your help. Let's do it! Spellforce? Disco Inferno? Spellforce 2, specifically. Once again, by the way, just like in Northrend, these Taurens can just... like, look at this! Look at this speed! I want to be able to row like this. God dang, this is like Superman rowing. Like, hang on a second. Whoosh. And there's just this tidal wave behind each thing. Whoosh. Every single row, he actually snapped the oar, and he's just got a supply of new oars. New oar. New oar. Yeah, not all of the terrain is exactly the same. As you can see, some of the bluffs actually got knocked over, like that one. And now there's just all kinds of stuff. Thousand Needles is kind of strange, because on the one hand, it feels like it was the most changed, but actually, if you really explore, like, a lot of that terrain under there is just the same as it used to be. Some of it's different, like that over there is pretty different. But, like, a lot of this is just the zone again, except now it's underwater. It's kind of funny. He just uses his hands. Whoosh. Tidal wave. Whoosh. Yeah, it's a zone. Just add water. I mean, this zone sucked, even in vanilla, but... Man. Is that a whale shark? Is there a whale shark there? Okay. Let's see, who else have we got for acceptable targets? Night Elves had the mages. That was changed. Yeah, we'll see what we think of the cataquests. I remember the vanilla quest more than the cataquests, sadly, because I've done this zone several times in vanilla. No, I caught the joke, I just didn't get the correct answer, Disco. I hope you've been enjoying it. Oh yeah, no, this zone was more or less mandatory to do in vanilla if you didn't want to really grind. Lots of boring X of Y quests. Like I said, you can really tell which zones didn't really have quests designed in mind. Where it was just, hey, do the thing again. So there's the two owners of the barge here.
Yeah. Keep it real.
Hey, kid. I'll be right with you. Just gotta shut this gnome twerp up first. Do you have to?
See you around, friend.
Oh my gosh. Hey there, Undenukes. I'm Pozic, world-renowned rocket car pilot. Welcome to my speed barge. Oh yeah, the goblins have the venture company. I share your concerns about helping all the Thousand Needles. By the way, gnomes have leper gnomes. But it's my firm belief the speed barge is the best hope for the entire region. Maybe you can help us out a little bit. I'll make sure you're equipped with everything you need to tackle. Oh, and you can just run this list of parts of the Razorek. You'll be well on your way. Thanks. Also, here's a go-to quest for Tannerus, even though you just got here. Yes, that is the idea, Scion. Although, I think I can't do all of them. I'm not 100%. I haven't been able to properly tech test that, but the goal is to show off all of the heritage quests. We must advance the cause of Lord Hellscream, greatest of all orcs.
No loitering, whatever that means.
This pint-sized, goober-looking, no-explosion gnomes have got it coming. Why don't you go into the Speech Barge bar, order a bottle of grog, and hit one over the head with it. Show them we're not going to take any more of their arrogance.
Security, enforcement,
Before you ask, yes, the gnomes have the exact same quest. Like, the exact same quest. I also like how only a couple of the gnomes and goblins are getting along quite well.
How are you?
Can I have a bottle of grog?
See
Thanks.
you around.
Hey, what's up? Bar fight. And then everyone instantly starts killing each other. Even the people who were just dancing with each other a few seconds ago. Oh man, tell me about it. You remember when the unit selection cap was 1, Disco? 'Cause I do. Of course, Loke, of course. Naturally, that means they have to kill each other.
Yo, can I help you with something?
You're a credit to the Horde. You know, you can go back in there and do that anytime you feel like. I highly encourage you to.
Hey, I got your back.
Oh, I'm good, thanks. Where were we? I think I was going over to Earthshock and Earthquake. Although I could get Liquid Matter too. I've been wondering about that. Yeah, let's go over here first. I mean, this zone does have a character who might legitimately deserve a character positive by himself. I'm not gonna lie to you. And a quest chain that'll 100% be a story positive.
Makes sense.
Is that my list of pots?
On your way.
Mind if I take a look at that list? He nearly spit. What's Pazik thinking? He knows I don't even have half this stuff.
Hit the road!
Hide, friend. If Pazik wants you to have your own boat, first thing you're going to do is need pots. Now guess who goes to get them? You're going to have to go down to the deeps and salvage the rocket car parts you can find.
Oh, go!
Alright. Let's go. So you're probably wondering, what did this zone used to look like? Well, this. There's a big old raceway here. And they would regularly do races. And there was a bunch of pod racing? Whatever it's called from episode 1 references here, too. I actually can't remember what it's called. Oh my god. They did make running faster. See that buff I've got? Or is it Speed Bar Diving Helm? It comes with thermodynamic flippers for faster swimming. See, we're definitely moving faster. You can really tell because we're doing the sprint down. By the way, I love this animation of running on the ground underwater. You only really see this specific animation when you're at a sprint speed on the ground underwater. I'm gonna try not to die here if you'll give me... Okay. Pay attention for 5 seconds. I see how this is. Okay, no respect. No respect. So obviously Garrosh would fall to... oh god. Corn. Garrosh with good corn. That's an easy one. Yeah, Khadgar would be Tzeentch. Tzeentch? God, I can't remember. Honestly, I think a lot of the mages would lead Tzeentch. Look, I don't know how they... What the... Is this outhouse giving me a quest? Hello? Hello? Help! I'm almost out of air. You have to get me out of here. One of those filthy South Sea treasure hunters has to have a crowbar. Kael'thas would fall to Slaanesh. Actually, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that makes sense, Lord Haremont. Hitler couldn't even defeat himself in a one-on-one fight. Yeah, I could see Illidan going there. Since Slaanesh's desire, right? I'm remembering correctly. Hitler committed suicide, Lord Haremont. So... What is a Warcraft? You know, funnily enough, I've questioned that for years. Of all of my extensive knowledge of this setting, which is pretty extensive, I don't know. Here's our ascended form, by the way. Behold. And it's gone. Like, I know that it was... Warcraft 1 was supposed to be Warhammer. We all know that, right? That was where that was starting, and there were some issues. That didn't happen. Cool. But then why did they change it to Warcraft? Where did that come from? And obviously they stuck with it at that point, because at that point it's a brand. Thank goodness, now just a little shove. He escapes and gestures wildly up at the speed. Yeah, you might want to start swimming, dude. That is not a short swim up, I'm just saying. And I got an air bubble. I mean, I 100% do not trust Google search results at this point in time. However, that probably is exactly what happened, Riker's Beard. It was probably just, hey, this sounds cool. And that was the full extent of the thought that was put into it. Wouldn't you agree? Question mark. Question mark.
You're not running a fever.
Good. I've just been coughing up a lung.
Well, if you're anything like me, that means you're basically done.
Yeah. I'll probably be fine tomorrow. Today I'm just tired because I've been having trouble sleeping because it's hard to sleep when you're coughing.
Yeah. Have you been taking your NyQuil?
In fact,
Every 4 hours?
I should mention I'm almost out of the Dayquil at this point.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Always use more Dayquil than NyQuil.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I was going to ask you something. I can't remember now. That was better. Hi.
Hi.
What's with your voice?
I've been coughing.
Damn it. Sorry. I blame the middle niece.
Yeah, my lymph nodes are swollen today.
I'm not there yet. Or rather, I haven't. Gotten back to that. Better way to put that.
What? Move it!
That is a great stat.
Careful out there!
What?
Have some wetsuit leggings.
Yes.
You had a great start here.
Yeah, have some leggings. It's just, I'm gonna even put them on right in front of you. Oh my god. There you go. How do I look? This is my actual gear.
They don't look very wetsuity.
They really don't. They look like, they look awful. My god. This is like a weird mixture of kata and vanilla gear. Because like the shoulders and this chest piece are pure kata. I don't think those boots are. I'm not sure. Leggings?
No, the boots are.
I think you're right. Just
I
the
think
texture.
everything you've got on it.
I think you're right, actually.
Except the cloak.
Yeah, except the cloak and the staff. But yeah. I think you're right. Never mind. I take it back.
The helm. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, zoom in on it again.
Whoop, too far.
No, that's kata.
Yeah. So yeah, just the staff.
Everything, and you can tell the
cloak.
difference between vanilla and kata, by the way, boys and girls, because zoom in on your shoulders. Do you see the polka dots?
Behold.
In vanilla, those were just flat colors.
Yeah. Textures? What are those?
They hadn't figured that out yet.
Why is there just a...
It's for dinner.
But it's next to the bath tub.
And the bathtub is in the middle of the living room.
You know, that's fair. And the pool pony's over there for some reason.
Don't waste my time.
Eindenooks. Cannonballs are hitting the speed barge. I'd say the South Sea pirates are getting more accurate. The ship's on fire. Wait, what?
Move it!
Is it? Oh my god! I go away for 5 seconds.
Not even that.
Okay, hang on. Where's the boat? Where's the boat? There it is.
This is not Gobbler Starter Zone.
Nope, this is Thousand Needles.
I haven't seen the new Thousand Needles shit. The boat's over there.
Yeah, it is, which is strange. Oh, no, there he is, there he is. Give me the boat. Give me the boat. This is my boat now. I'll save you. With my incredible power of having a water nozzle or whatever.
That you don't even have to click a button for.
No, I do.
Oh, you do? It doesn't.
See?
But you don't have like a smart action button or anything.
No, I don't. I got some range though. Look at that.
How do you know that you can squirt water? This is a bad thing. Oh, you do. Your action bars aren't in the middle now.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm down there. Yeah, I turn off the vehicle interface. I don't care for it. Don't worry, I'll save you.
Very slowly.
So you can tell I'm in a vehicle because my pet right now is me.
Yeah.
I've always loved that. The way they code vehicles is that you temporarily take over the vehicle, which is a separate object, and then your player becomes the pet of that object. Am I even... Oh yeah, like, look, like the center of my camera is down here. See? Anyways. Are we doing any leftovers tonight? I was just curious because we have quite a few right now.
Well, a lot of those need to be thrown out. A lot of them are from like a week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I am terrible at hitting these things. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I did stand to the fire.
Get an achievement?
Actually, I did get that achievement earlier. In Dead Mines, you remember?
First one? No.
That heroic Dead Mines run we did, the very first Ready for Raiding achievement, it was from that Ogre boss. We had an achievement for not standing in the fire during his fight. A lot of people got it, actually.
I think the whole group got it.
I think you're right.
Because we annihilated him.
Yep. Because somebody...
Oh, by the way, I leveled my Horde Shaman up to 80 using the time walking. Can confirm, time walking was harder to heal than that heroic.
Jesus Christ. Well, it's worth noting that they did change the scaling this patch, this week. We've been doing tests.
Yeah, but I leveled her last week.
Oh, okay.
She hit 80 on.
Well, it should hypothetically be even
Sunday.
harder now. But, yeah. Oh, right. Now I gotta kill pirates. Die, pirates! Die. Die, Evo. Pirates. Look, I'm gonna let you live, Evo. If you stop sending pirates to come kill me. So here's one for you, sis. Which expansion do you think added the most net positive to WoW as a whole? What? Verify.
It was a really good expansion.
Yep.
You should maybe not run through the boat.
Fine. It's fine. We went right by them, see?
You got real close.
Wait. Oh, God. Okay, I'm okay. Am I going to have to reincarnate in a second here? Continue. This is a really good expansion.
It was a really good expansion. It was the first expansion where they successfully started getting away from our Lord Alliance.
And really started taking the story seriously, if we're being honest.
Quickly!
Oh, you saved my speed barge. He gives us a big hug. I can't begin to tell you how relieved I am. Whew.
It introduced a lot of quality of life features.
Also true.
Because Pandaria's when they went through
Careful
and
out there!
fixed. So you could fly. Well, no, cat is when you
Cat
fixed it.
added flight to the old stuff, yeah.
Added flight to the old stuff. Most of the old stuff. Regardless, it still added a lot of quality of life features. Like,
What's up?
They started in Wrath, when they introduced LFG.
Go get him, champ!
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Kata very technically added LFR, but it was quite literally the last raid of Kata.
Yeah.
It was Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
Well,
And it didn't really work. They have to go to the bathroom. And there's only one. Oh, never mind, there's two. They were all getting really close to pooping their pants because the ship was on fire.
that makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah,
Hi, Evo.
no questions. I did Dragon Soul LFR, and I actually thought it was pretty legit. Or to be more accurate, Dragon Soul sucks as a raid, but the LFR version of Dragon Soul was pretty legit. It was just a slightly tuned down normal, which is honestly exactly what I wanted out of LFR.
Which is not what LFR is now.
Very true. Nowadays, LFR is...
But normal, like, heroic is the new normal.
I know. They've shifted everything down a little bit. Or up, I guess. But
Down.
yeah, down's better.
Like, they shifted all the gear up, and then they shifted all the raids and the dungeons down, and so now everything is stupid.
Yeah, hang on, I already read that. I guess I didn't read that.
Well, they said they were going to make...
Smart mouth, huh?
They said they were going to make,
You can
like,
make it here. You can make it
heroic
anywhere.
basically a
This gig
zero,
ain't
but
so
it's not.
bad.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Hit
and
the road.
I also have not seen that follow through on.
Glad I could help.
I don't know if they're going to keep pushing that or not.
I think they just need to, like, I like the idea of heroic dungeons being a zero.
All right. You're probably wondering, how do you traverse this territory when you don't have dragon flying?
Now that you've finished the initial quest, you now have a boat
Yep. Choo-choo.
that you can't use anywhere else.
Nope. Also, don't question which gnome this is. Or goblin? You know what? I don't know what that is, to be quite honest with you. Oh, hey, Silithus. So the answers I came up with, if you're curious. Whoa! My boat is... Okay.
It sank.
Kata, for obvious reasons, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was when they added the proper layering. That's when they added the flight, you know, and there's tons and tons of overhaul. The second I picked was Warlords, because Warlords was the expansion where they completely changed the engine under the hood. And like really changed how it renders, how objects operate, how animations work. That's when we got the racial overhauls, all that stuff, right? So Warlords was a whole bunch of under the hood stuff.
Yeah.
And then Dragonflight, which was a big sea change in philosophy and how they approach the game as a whole.
Yeah.
I like your answer too. I'm just sharing mine.
I think mine is like, because Pandaria is there, it's like it's in the middle of all of that.
Mm-hmm. But also benefiting
you know
from
how
all
bad
of
I
it.
am at. You know how bad I am at keeping track of when what happened.
Fair. I screw up on that too. Oh hey, it's the ice cream vendor. He had a quest back in vanilla to get bug guts to make ice cream out of it.
Ew.
Yep. So let's see what he has to say here. Hang on. So, I recently came into possession of something that needs to be delivered to a gnome that goes by the name of Brivillethorpe. It's more like Brivillethorpe, if you ask me. Anyways, I want you to take it to the southwest. He's at the dig site. He's up to something involving moolah. I can smell it. Keep an eye on what he's doing. See if you can get a cut of his profits.
Can I help you?
Because gnomes and goblins are basically the same thing.
That's not what I think it is it? Yep, it's an ice cream cryo cannon. Matchster has a good point that I actually forgot about. Pandaria invented scenarios. And we still use scenarios. They don't call them that anymore. But, like, anytime, if you've ever done any War Within or Dragonflight quest, or anything after Pandaria, and, like, your quest objective is replaced by, like, a dungeon objective, but you're not in a dungeon, you're in a scenario. They use that constantly nowadays.
Hey, it's a way for them to do layering without layering.
And they do some really cool stuff with those.
You have a great day now.
He eyes you up and down, but becomes overjoyed at the sight of the special delivery. Welcome, friend, welcome. I'm going to give you the chance to get involved at a ground level at a once-in-a-lifetime. I'm not buying your gnome coins. The entrepreneurial spirit knows nothing of the difference between alliance and horde. Tell me, how do you feel about ice cream?
Off and away.
I'm lactose intolerant. Anything dairy-free?
That's actually a really good answer. Below us. Oh my gosh.
You have
What?
butter knife. Don't use my kitchen knife. I have like 25 billion.
That's for
pocket
there's
knives.
for tomatoes. I just don't have any anymore.
It's washing them.
Well, yes. Below us is a cave. It's huge. The perfect location for a new refrigerated vault. You want?
Is there a bowl?
Because that also... Look, I haven't been upstairs today, okay?
But it has water in it.
Yeah, that was my salad from last night.
Oh, okay.
The perfect location for our new refrigerated vault. It's big enough to hold all our inventory with room to grow. Unfortunately, when we were almost done equipping all the pipes, bugs burrowed in out of nowhere and killed all my employees. How was I supposed to know? But it gave me a great idea. Silithid flavored ice cream.
You have a great day now. All right.
The name of this quest is We All Scream for Ice Cream and Then Die. Don't get me wrong, I'm cheerful on the outside, but inside I'm terribly torn to pieces. All my friends and employees are dead. Could you do me a favor? Could you swim down there and attach the tug's tow hook to my dead employees? I'll reel them in.
Be seeing you.
Yeah, I'd probably be Slaanesh, to be honest with you, Scion. I'd like to claim that I wouldn't, but no, I totally would. And that would suck. Flavored yogurt. You know, if that was a real thing, I would have to try that now. I would. It would be required for science. What genre of Warhammer Fantasy game would you like the most? Ooh. Let me think about that for a minute. Same answer to the crowd. Or same question to the crowd, excuse me. I was actually... RPG is one of the things I'm debating. A PvP-focused MMO. That sounds terrible! Sold! Let's make it happen. Wait, I've got an idea. Factions. But hang on. Instead of 2 factions, it's like 47. Or whatever the current count is up to. I don't remember. Really eerie watching those go by as some other players doing those. You just see all these gnome corpses being dragged up there. Well, ironically, we do know what the Elder Scroll is. Although, I actually don't remember when the Elder Scroll, as a concept, entered the Elder Scroll mythos. The first time I really became aware of the Elder Scrolls, that is to say, the in-lore concept, was in Oblivion, where it was actually intersecting with the story in a meaningful manner. Yeah, what is the Warhammer? We may never know. And no, I don't like Dragon Soul, Rector's Spirit. I've always failed at explaining why. Because anyone can point to Spine and say, yeah, that sucks, it's brain dead. But I've never liked Dragon Soul entire, and I really don't have a good reason why. It's just, it's never clicked with me. Well, we actually know the Final Fantasy one. In fact, we know that one to death. Originally, they were going to call it Fighting Fantasy, but that name was actually taken. So they wanted to settle on something else that started with F, and so they went with Final. The other story you may have heard is actually apocryphal and is not true. What I meant to say, Yura, is the Spine is the best raid boss in the entire game, and I will give 100 pluses to gameplay and story just for the Spine of Deathwing. No, you're talking story-wise. I'm talking like gameplay-wise, Recordbeard. Like, I never liked that raid. And I did it when it was new.
Hi, how are you? Alrighty then.
Got enough bug goo for the first batch?
Off and away.
Oh, this is going to be greatest flavor in the world. Look out, Tagul.
Be seeing you. You have a great day now.
Thank you, Indenooks. They gave their lives for ice cream. That's not as comforting as it probably sounds.
Alrighty then. You have a great day now.
I don't know where you're going with that, but rethink
Pleased
that.
to meet you. Be seeing you.
It's time to break out the ice cream cryo cannon. We lifted the tech from the frost cannons on the riverboats. It's one thing that we gnomes are good at. It's miniaturization by way of making everything else bigger. I need you to take the cannon into their cave and freeze the pipes. That'll jumpstart them.
Off and away. Alrighty then.
There's some kind of brain bug in the back of the cave. It's in charge of all the Silithus down there. My ice cream is melting. How am I supposed to save in my ice cream empire if that thing's there?
Be seeing you.
Yes, Fife. Quite literally, yes. How was my day? It's been a good day. We did Desolus, which kind of sucked. Not gonna lie. But Feralas was actually better than I thought it was going to be, so that was fun. And now we're doing Thousand Needles, and I hope Thousand Needles will do well. Ariana, give them hell. Sorry, what? I just had a flashback. I don't know what. It's weird. That's another thing. I think Dragon Soul suffered from having fights that were just a little bit too experimental. Like, to use that exact fight as an example, it felt rough. You know what I mean? It reminded me of a cruder fight from an earlier game. As in, it didn't quite have the polish it needed, right? If you're going to have that kind of a fight, you need to have clear feedback, clear indicators. You need to be able to tell, more or less at a glance, what's going on, and then be able to react to it. Yeah, it was very unpolished. And so, like, Viriana would send out a shot, and you'd go and intercept it, but, like, nothing would really indicate that anything was happening. You just kind of knew because you read the dungeon journal and you knew what was going on. And yeah, the spectacle wasn't there either. That's a good point. I didn't like the airship fight. I'll point this out when we get there. It might be one of the very, very, very few brickwork negatives we give this game, because the airship fight looks bad to me. Like, actively bad. It's weird. I did like the shaman fight. I loved the Iltraxian fight. That was solid. But then we get to the spine, and we're going to move past the spine immediately.
My, you're a tall one.
Outstanding. Nothing can stop us from being the greatest purveyors of ice cream in all of Azeroth.
You have a great day now.
Did you hear that? That's the sweet hum of refrigeration kicking in. We'll be able to store our inventory down there in no time. You want to store your inventory in a bug hive underwater.
Be seeing you.
I just want to be very clear about your goals here. Okay, I'm going to go. If that's okay with you. I absolutely will do some comparisons for Silent Hill 2, 100% Silent Hill. I've already decided that. I've already done some work on that, too. Let's do negotiations first. I'm currently volatilely infected. Would Obi-Wan and Gandalf be friends? No. A wizard does not have friends, for a wizard does not need friends. A wizard is above and beyond these pathetic mortals. Sorry. Great job defending the speed barge. I got something else I need you helping out with. I sent Riznek and Trackmaster Zera northeast to negotiate with the Centaur survivors. Their split hoof heights is dripping with oil. I figure those smelly half-horses won't know what we got, and we'll get to the rights to pump up that black gold for a song. But I'd feel better if you took charge of the talks. What do you say? Hey, everyone, who wants to feel really gross about a few quests? By the way, before you ask, this quest chain we're about to do is identical, whether you are Horde or Alliance. So there's no good guys here.
It's my way or the highway, pal.
I got Trackmaster Zarin up there talking to one of their chiefs, but now you're here. We'll have the rights to pump their oil in no time.
Yeesh. Took my head off, why don't you?
If we're gonna get those oil drilling rights, we need to know what the Alliance is offering. How can we win if we can't do one better? The negotiator's up there talking with one of their cons. Why don't you head over and persuade him to hand over the Alliance proposal? Don't have to kill him. We're not savages. Just rough him up a bit.
Stay strong, pal.
What do we have here? An orc? Come to steal our land with your honeyed tongue and promises. You do not fool me. I have lived a long time, and I know what I'm dealing with your kind means. But the Khans do not listen to their elders like they used to. Since you're here, I'll put you to use. When the waters rushed in, the great water spirit Aquarian doused the ancient brazier. Use this brand to reignite the brazier. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, Hellfire Citadel is another one of those raids where I don't really have a good way to put into words why it doesn't work for me, but it totally doesn't. Give me the documents. There we go. And I'm out. Bye. I mean, other than that extremely stupid scene, which is the worst scene in all of Warlords. That's way over there.
You looking at me?
You got the Alliance's proposal? Where'd they get all this gold they're offering for the oil drilling rights?
Don't try anything stupid.
We don't have that kind of money.
You ever need anything?
We definitely do not have that kind of gold the Alliance is offering. We have to do something or we're not going to get those drilling rights. Wait a minute. There was this report from an underwater survey that we did right after the cataclysm struck. Something about gold-looking ore. Yeah, that's it. Head west to the old stomping grounds and dig some up.
Get lost, will ya?
Let's go get some pyrite. And yeah, I remember that the Ashbringer ability was added to Paladin because I used the hell out of it in Pandaria Remix. And yeah, obviously Apocalypse is there. I've shown that on camera. Oh my god, Disco. You are fired. By the way, the whole zone gives you this speed buff underwater, so let's just chalk something that would have been a negative to gameplay off the list. That's a good point. Disco, you're hired. Now, pack up. I need you to pack up your bags. You're fired. The quest object, the quest tooltip says, looks kind of like gold, sort of. Centaur probably can't tell the difference. If I can interject really quick, one of the things I find funny about this is a lot of the builder games I play value pyrite higher than gold, because pyrite has more uses. Also, I love how we have Baron's music underwater. That just sounds weird. A little nostalgic, though. Wait, is it possible to go through this zone and not be dazed in vanilla? Advice on writing mysteries in games. Actually, I do have some advice. It's not going to be very helpful, though. Don't stress too much about the mystery itself. The more you're worried about people figuring it out in advance, the more likely it is you're going to screw it up. Just try to write the best mystery you can. Don't worry too much about people figuring it out. Don't worry too much about, you know, being too obvious. Don't worry about being too obtuse. Just focus on the quality of the mystery. Getting stuck in your own head and getting in that negative feedback loop of, well, actually it's a reinforcement loop, but whatever, of constantly doubting yourself and second-guessing yourself and restructuring and re-restructuring it, that's not productive. Don't fall into that hole. And that's not vanilla nostalgia. Vanilla music is good. Like now. That's not nostalgia. That's just fact. Also, thank God this isn't vanilla. Because then I would have to walk back. That would suck. Where's that one center? There he is. Hey, dude. You have the sacred flame. Do not speak to me until you do. You did this favor to ingratiate yourself with me, but I will not sing your praises. I know what is to come. Where the sea failed, the great air spirit will strike you and your people down for your many transgressions against the elements. Be gone from my sight. He gives me an item called the Shroud of Contempt. Wow. No, not at all. Rank 36. No. Nope. No.
I get no respect around here.
Once you return with another pyrite, we'll give it a once-over with a paintbrush, pile it on a pallet, send you up back to the chieftain.
Do not get on Gallywix's bad side.
Alright, now that the gold is ready, I want you to take up the Khan. They'll be so overwhelmed I bet he'll offer to help us set up drilling rigs. We could use the horsepower. Get it? Horsepower?
Yeesh. Took my head off, why don't you?
I mean, even ignoring the fact that some of my favorite songs in this game come from Wrath and Warlords, the fact is that the music approach in more recent stuff like Dragonflight and War Within has just been way too good. Oh, sure. Here you go, Ren 36. Ugh! What's this? That's a lot of gold you have there. What is this, fake? Ugh. The goblins have tried to fool us. Kill them! Go back to your master. Tell him that there will be no deal, if you could survive to make it back to him. Again, as a reminder, the Alliance do the same thing. I mean, I've said it before, there is one music negative this game will get. Maybe two. Thoughts on hero talents? Thumbs up. More, please.
I ain't getting paid to chat.
Mutators and variances on playstyle. Yes. A what? So, we tried to bribe them with fake gold for the rights to drill on their oil. That didn't work.
Hey, I got your back.
So, they decided to go ahead and do this.
This gig ain't so bad.
It's our destiny to take this oil. Unfortunate the Centaur retreated here when the sea rushed in. Unfortunate for them, that is. They've spit in our faces. We made them a generous offer, and they made the mistake of not accepting. Now, we're going to show them the error of their ways. So now we kill them.
Do not get on Gallywix's bad side.
I just want to be really clear about this. We are, and again, this is the same quest on the Alliance or the Horde. We are just straight up killing these people for their oil. Not even subtle about it. Comic book convention 3 cosplay giving one turns up dead in another's costume. I like it. Good hook. America. Can't continue the song. Oh, thanks for the lift. I'd play the actual song for this quest, but I'd probably get copywronged into oblivion for it. I actually thought about that, too. No, this is negotiating. We're making sure that they never turn against us again. That's what negotiating means, right? I think so. I think I've read that somewhere. Oh no, they're destroying the land. This is oil, dude. We need oil. We need oil. What I actually find funny is a couple of players I know went through this and were like, wow, this is dumb. Why would they add oil to the Warcraft setting just for this quest? Those of you not getting the joke, oil has been in the setting, the Warcraft setting, since Warcraft 2. In fact, I believe it's the... hang on. 5th mission in Warcraft 2 is the tutorial for ship battles, which involves getting oil. Hasn't Yoshi P flat out said he would love to do a Warcraft crossover? I wouldn't mind. What? No, they didn't. What? Oh, now that's a good question. Who do we cross over with? Oh, excuse me. By the way, the name of the other quest we just did is Eminent Domain.
Well, spit it out. Stay strong, pal.
That'll teach him. You softened them up enough that we should be able to govern them now with minimal guard presence. Jesus Christ.
You ever need anything,
That's act.
you know where to find me.
See, I'm trying to think of who we could have from Warcraft go over to... Oh, you know what? It's got to be a kobold. Because they have kobolds in FF14. And we have to have a gnome, so they can be confused for a Lalafell. We got to think about shenanigans potential, right? So, a gnome, and a kobold, and like a third. Let's go with... Goblin. Yeah, let's do it. Probably not, Yura. Nobody likes real life. But no, and how I'm doing. I like it. Okay, we actually have a lot of potential. Oh, hey, the Steam sale finally acknowledged that it started. That's funny. No, I saw. I even referenced it earlier when we talked about Pharaoh. Although you're right, I didn't say thank you properly. Thank you for the gifts on Steam. I didn't see all three of them, but I saw that there were 3 of them. There we go. Oh yeah, get that crude. That delicious oil. Yes. Yeah, I picked it up during the Thanksgiving sale.
What do you want?
Oil, black gold, Tanaris tea. We're rich. Yeah, get it? Texas tea. We're rich. We just have to clear out the remaining pesky centaur. I'm sure with all the money we're going to make, we can relocate them to some other bluff. Oh my god. So we've lied to them, we've deceived them, we've killed them, and now we're just shoving them off the land.
Security, enforcement, extortion. We do it all.
That old bit of centaur, Skycolor Vrakthis, mentioned a great air spirit. To secure the heights, we have to deal with that thing.
Don't try anything stupid.
You just... okay. Well, let's go kill this guy. You dare call upon the Lord of Skywall. Sorry, Lord. I was going to say, the Lord. A little pompous much. I'll destroy you and cast your carcass back into the pit of slime which you came from. And dead. Well, killed your god, killed your people, took your land, took your oil. Kicking you off your land.
If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Get lost.
Mission accomplished. Listen, I know what you're thinking about, Disco, but I'm just saying, them New Yorkers, they're basically goblins. I don't know. Also, isn't that more of a Jersey accent?
What's the word on the street?
Is that oil?
Be careful out there.
It is oil. Oh, you're the best. Too bad I'm gonna have to send you off now.
Catch you on the flip side.
You're welcome, I think.
I have many lucky doos. You
Let's
like?
clean this up a little bit. Just a bit, just a bit. Get some of this crap out of here.
May your feet find good trails.
Okay. 2 more quest chains to do. So, time for a little payback, I think. Can you blame me? After they locked me down in that outhouse and let me to drown? I'll make it worth your while if you head up to the South Sea Holdfast and exact my revenge on the South Sea pirates. Done. It's time to do something about those Dawn cannons on the bluffs to the east. If you'd be so kind, hop in your boat and cruise over there. You'll see a bunch of cannons firing down on us. Those pirates don't know squat about engineering. It shouldn't be too difficult to clog them and make them explode. Okay, I can do that. Let's see. Settings where goblins are cool. I suppose the only answer there would be FF14. Oh yeah, to be clear, these are South Sea. South Sea are not good people. We've actually already talked about the South Sea because we did some deals with them back in the North Barrens, as well as, of course, we briefly brought them up when we were doing some quests up in the Howling Fjord. We are now also apparently drunk. That's cool. Honestly, I agree with that, Dantels. Really add some additional flavor there. I've never been to New Jersey. It's one of those meme things, right? I don't actually mean any mud I fling. It's like saying Kansas is full of nothing but hicks, right? Or everybody in Alabama is having sex with their sister, right? None of that's true. Everyone in Texas carries around two revolvers all the time, which they use to shoot at the ground to spontaneously levitate. Believe it or not, that's not actually true. I know that's shocking. That's true, for the war chief. I didn't know about the California stereotype until I moved away from California. And everyone asked why I didn't have a constant surfer guy accent. I was honestly confused by that at first. You kidding? I can't even fake a surfer guy accent. Gnarly, dude. Let us go forth and hang 10.
Don't waste my time.
Hey, get me out of here.
On your way.
Key to the cage is held by Tony Two Tusk, Pirate Admiral. He's guarded by ogres he'll never be able to kill. I got it. What do all pirates want more than anything else? No, not grog. Something even better. Treasure. They had a ship full of treasure that was sunk by a giant whale shark. The treasure scattered over there. Go get it.
Careful out there.
So yeah, on the off chance you don't remember, we've already dealt with Tony Two Tusk in North Barrens. God, I hate being drunk while dragon flying. Most terrifying enemy in the game, because they make you drunk. Look, we can never kill a couple of ogres, okay? Ogres can be mean. Speaking of which, you know another race? We were talking earlier about races, you know, lesser races, that I'd like to see them do more with. Frickin' ogres. I know it sounds like a weird one, because ogres are all over the place, but they haven't done much with them. They're usually just enemies of a specific area. We had a little bit of kind of the dipping our toes into world building with Dire Maul. I kind of liked that. And we had some really cool stuff over in Warlords, where we got our first real hints at the Gorian Empire. And that's kind of it, honestly. We haven't done much with the ogres. Also, Sethrak would be very, very cool. I so thought we were going to get playable Sethrak. Nope. We got Vulpera. Not that I mind Vulpera. Vulpera are cool, or more accurately, adorable. Dolly and Dot are my best friends. But... come on, give me Sethrak. You know, that's actually an interesting point. BFA and Shadowlands were both a pretty dark history in Blizzard under the hood, too. So, it is entirely possible that might have been in the cards, and then, you know, like so many other things, the plug was pulled.
Quickly! Quickly!
You already have the sunken treasure?
Move it!
Oh yeah, look at that booty. Wait a minute, bring it closer.
Hit the road!
This treasure's all fake. It's not like those din whoppers are gonna know the difference. Stupid ogres. Here's the plan. You head in the Admiral's Dead, spread the treasure around so the ogres get in there, and then you confront Two Tusk.
Move it!
Alright, Tony. We made a good team once, but now it's time for you to I don't know, die? I can't come up with something cool to say. Someone help me out. What's a cool thing to say? What's a one-liner I could give Tony? Whoops. Oh god, I'm turned around. Where am I? Where am I? There we are. I think? Yep, here we go. Alright, Tony, it's time for you to walk the plank. Here, have a bribe. I'm just throwing a treasure chest at each of these guys. There you go. Tusk never give me treasure. He has a lot of these guys on his side. So, in the first... I can't think of the name of the franchise. You play as a vampire, and you can rip all of the blood out of someone who's still alive, and basically summon a blood elemental or something like that from their blood while they're standing right there and use it to help kill them. Legacy of Kain, thank you. I like how you knew that. I also have to give credit for a lot of the spells over in the Might and Magic series. And, of course, my personal favorite spell of horribleness, which is called Genocide. It's over in, .hack. Or, no, NetHack? NetHack, which is a roguelike. As you might imagine, Genocide kills everything with that species name in the entire game. Anyways, what's up, Tony? Remember me? I can show you why treasure be a pirate's best friend. Wait, I guess I'll let him do his thing first. Go ahead, boy. Are you just... you... oh my god. And dead. Okay, we killed Tony Tusk. Whew. That was fun.
Go! Go! On your way!
Yeah, I'm sure your little adventure in the cave was very interesting. Can we talk about it over drinks back in the speed barge once you get me out of this stupid cage?
Careful out there.
Hello?
Talk to me.
What, you think I'm just gonna let you get away after you killed me like that, man? No way. I didn't create a piratical mercantile empire out of nothing just to say you'll bring me down. You're gonna help me get back to life. Find me ex-wife on the north side of the holdfast. And just follow your nose. She'll be wherever the stinky brewing cauldron is.
Be seeing ya.
Okay. Yeah, trolls and death, am I right? This is, if you're paying attention from our perspective, the second time a dead troll has given us a quest. Not the last.
Hello, man.
What you be wanting? Oh, no, you don't. I could see you got Tony's spirit with you. I want nothing to do with it.
Spirits be with you, man.
Fine, I'll be helping ya. He's not getting out of paying me alimony that easy. Besides, there'll be the baby he had with me sister to take care of. Oh my god. First thing we'll be needing is the innards of his closest friends. You want me to do what?
Later.
Also, he just said something mildly amusing there. Oh man, I had an itch when I died and now it won't go away. Please tell me it don't last for eternity. You gotta get me rezzed. I don't remember any Dantels. I could be misremembering, though. It would not be the first time. Okay, you're dead now. You dare daze me? You're dead, boy. I'll just rip out her heart. Yep, we killed the Draenei in a suit and ripped her heart out. So her liver is pickled, his lungs are black, and her heart was evil. Sure.
Talk to me.
Fresh heart, lungs, and liver be what we need. The ones the captains have will do, though they're all likely picked.
Be good.
She makes a face at the state of the organs. Ah, they're gonna have to do. It's not like you had many friends. And they're right to Tusk.
Bye-bye now.
These organs be a good start, man. But we still be needing lots of other things. Normally we'd be getting stuff from the family now, but that's only me and me sister's boy. And Tony ain't worth it. So we'll be substituting some stuff. Lots of carcasses, in fact. Deep down in the shimmering deep, there's ton of them where the water came rushing in. Killed all them creatures. Go bring me up some.
Spirits be with you, man.
Okay. And yeah, it was kind of neat to see the idea of resurrection in lore. But like, really? A little too easy there. Given the circumstances. Oh my god, we're still drunk. Who is constantly drunkening me? God. Look, I'm never going to just to defend the Borean Tundra. You're never going to hear that coming from me. Because, this is critical, it's the Borean Tundra. Oh, that sounds good, Bragon. One moment, please. Underwater breathing. I just thought about that. It'd be really funny if I come back. Why am I dead? Oh, right. I'm underwater. Only video game things, right? How did you die? Yeah, I accidentally, like, went AFK. Look, it's easier to forget than you'd think, okay? Not all of us have to breathe like normal people do. Yeah, I don't remember why, but yeah, I used to have to kill these. Oh no, that person's stealing them. No, no, and I just got dazed. I'll kill you in a second. Need to get the loot first. Okay, now you're dead. Thanks for waiting. Oh, and I'm over 60. It's happening again. Oh well. I notice it's really bad when I just hit 60, too. I don't sound particularly young right now.
Who you be?
You got to be getting me lots of those carcasses. We not be rid of his foolish spirit if you don't.
Later.
Oh, that's disgusting. We're almost there. Just one more thing.
Be good.
There's only one thing left we can do. You gotta slay someone big mojo. No, not me. Old Mage's teeth went crazy when he tried to stop the waters rushing into the cataclysm. Now he's haunting the area. Just take his soul stick and use it on his corpse and bring it back to Tony.
Bye-bye now.
You want me... What? Okay, I will use... I will rip out this man's soul. There we go. Now go back over here, now that I've ripped out this guy's soul. Look, it's not my fault, okay? The quest said to rip out people's souls, okay? Look, I am at the mercy of the quest giver. I must obey.
Hey there.
We gotta bring back Tony Tusk. You ready? Yeah, sure.
Later.
You gonna do it? Did the event not fire? Oh my god, I think the event didn't fire. Hang on. Bugs. Bugs. So, when you res him, he pops back up. Oh, hang on, maybe. No. He pops back and says, I leave. Thanks, man. You've been true to your word, and I can respect that. I need to get back. I'm sure we cross paths again. Next time I'll get to return your favor. Bye, hon. I see you tonight. And she says, no, you won't, Tony. Go away. I'm summoning up a date for later. What would the dating scene be like when you could summon creatures like and spirits and entities regularly?
I think the dating scene would be any different.
Yes, you know what? That's valid. It would just be the dating scene, but also including summoning. Oh no, succubi. Everyone would be constantly being like, hey, so what do I need to summon you? Well, I'd love to spend the night with you. If you go ahead and rip out the souls of 15 innocent people. I do like ripping souls out of innocent people.
Go, go! Hit the road! Makes sense! Move it!
Alright, so it sounds like dinner is almost ready. So we might not be able to finish the 1,000 Needles. It looks like we only have the one quest chain left, if I'm remembering correctly.
GTL, friend.
And I am.
Gambling, tinkering, laundry.
New Spirit. Well, the reason it used to be called 1,000 Needles is because of these 1,000 needles, which used to spoke up amongst the... I mean, I guess they're still there, you know? These are the 1,000 needles of 1,000 needles. Ignore all that Twilight stuff on the left. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. See? There's your 1,000 needles. It used to be a little more needly, admittedly. There's look, don't think too much about it. See what I mean, by the way? This zone is completely agnostic. It's just whichever one you are, there's a horde and alliance rep there. That's going to be the norm for most of the rest of the game, by the way. It looks like it's time for us to part ways. To the northwest, the Tauren are in desperate need of your assistance in pushing back the Grim Totem. You've been such a great help here. I know you're going to be the hero in no time.
The winds guide you.
It was kind of Pozic to send you. You must do away with the Grim Totem invaders. They brought it on themselves, the cowards. We can't take the fight to their territory with our back to them. Please help us retake our home. And kill them.
Watch over.
Kill them all. I don't think you have done this zone, Evo. The most ill of Ilianis. Well, that was fast, Uthor.
The winds guide you.
He makes a dismissive note around. Those mongrels have captured one of our braves. They're threatening to kill him if we don't pull back.
We shall meet again.
That's Grim Totem for you. Yeah, this place used to have a quest with, So in BC, they added a single quest to this area, which was a blood elf. A woman, I believe. Okay, I'll be right up. And her quest was, she was here investigating ways to try and cure the blood elves of their magical addiction, because she herself was in threat of turning to wretched. If you don't recognize what you're looking at before you, that is a wretched corpse, with the name Magistrix Elisai holding a vial. So. It is dinner time. As I suspected, we will not finish 1,000 Needles today. But we will finish it tomorrow, and then probably wrap up Tannerus, and I don't know, maybe push through Ngoro. And that'll be it for Southern Kalimdor. I still need to decide what the hell we're doing with Silithus. So I guess we'll get to that tomorrow.